Okay. I think we are finally an hour in, ready to go. You might be hearing my own fucking, stream in the background there, sorry. I was trying to get the new VOD link for people, but you guys, finally found it, which is good. Okay! I'm sorry, Orange Vortex. I just suddenly had a lot of IP problems on my fucking computer today. I don't know why. I blame the Windows update. We're listening to more sad face music, okay? Alright, we're finally ready to get fucking started. I won't even go over the comic I'm working on or anything. It's still crunchy. I can't help you, man. I redid the auto wizard configuration and stuff. So, sorry. I mean, you go check the settings on the video. You might be able to put it back up to auto, or it should be at 720p. That's what I'm broadcasting out at. So, yeah. We'll test the supers again, guys. Thank you for any I missed. I apologize. We'll see if they actually fucking come through. Everything's fucking broken, apparently.
Sabian Brown sent a super chat. Your Wi-Fi is mine.
There's good. Some of the old ones are coming through. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay. I won't worry about the fancy effects on the supers.
Nostalgic Nerd 90 sent a super chat. Gee, sigh with video we're doing tonight.
It's saying source 420 no matter
it's 240 no matter what. Super chat. You're so late to stream. We ought to call you Goku.
I don't know what else to do, guys. I can't.
Confused Cabal sent a super chat. Oi, boss. Sorry to hear about all the technical troubles. On an unrelated note, have you seen the trailer for the new Wes Anderson film?
I haven't.
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Testing 1 2 3.
Okay, guys. Well, I don't know how to fix the output. This stream is just cursed.
Sent a super chat. Yay, the stream goes on.
The stream does go on. I don't know. I am outputting at
Wolf Titan Reading sent a super chat. Sai's about to choke a Lork.
Anyway, no, we're not even talking about Lork today. Yeah, Limus cursed the stream. It's Sabine's fault, it's Lily's fault, it's everybody's fault but mine. I am recording though, so hopefully, that will help.
Lightning Tiger 77 sent a super chat. So, how is Ant?
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. Yeah, it was. I got like receipts to show. And the fucking stream quality is ass. It just makes me sad, guys. But this is what we're gonna have to fucking put up with this week, apparently, until I figure out how to fix this. Because I'm sure you guys are sick of waiting. It's Lio's fault. Yeah, it's everybody's fault. It's everybody's fault. Okay, so, yeah, this was a terrible start to stream. Sorry about that, guys. I've lost my steam a little bit here. So let's get into what we're talking about today. So, the Vivziepop Hatedom is cringe. And I'm tired of pretending it's not. That is the subject today. At least this is mostly a vocal thing. You guys... Why are you tomatoing Zircon? She's been through enough. Anyway, I had a folder here too. Let's see. I will let the super chats come through while I'm faffing about over here.
Awesomeness sent a super chat. The stream is possessed by one of Vivienne's demons.
Alright, so first, I think I'm gonna start off by...
Salty Fries sent a super chat. Crunch or no crunch, Sai will stream on. Salute and face emoji.
I appreciate all of your support despite the fucking shit quality today.
Rain Banana sent a super chat. I am so unbelievably seated for our topic today,
Yeah, I'm glad some people are excited. I know this is kind of like throwing a pipe bomb into the internet,
Miss
but
Jasmine sent a super chat. Some soup for the stream. Pot of food emoji.
Thank you.
Food emoji. Canned food emoji.
Maybe that'll fix the fucking quality! Anyway, I am recording, though, so I can at least make a clip out of this, or something, at least, you know, so... I did the auto configuration again for YouTube, and it's still running at 240. I don't know why, okay? I'm sorry. I've also been having trouble with YouTube Studio recently on desktop. It's everything's a fucking mess right now, but we're going to persevere. So anyway... I am not even that big of a fan of Vivziepop. I like Helluva Boss. I like Helluva Boss a lot, actually. I just rewatched the entire show and saw the last couple of episodes for the first time, and I don't know why everybody complains about it. I think it was good, and that level of... I'll keep the music going. And that level of indie animation was, like, unthinkable on YouTube just 5 years ago. I mean, what the fuck? I know, the pilot in the first episode, Helluva Boss, made it seem like it was going to be a episodic comedy, and then from episode 2 of season 1, they set up this storyline with Stolas and Blitz. And of course, you're free to not like that, but that is the show we got, and you could assess the show we got instead of the show you wish you got, you know? That seems to be people's biggest problem, is they invented a show in their head that didn't happen, and they're mad at it. I actually like the songs in Hazbin more than the songs in Helluva, even though I like Helluva more as a show. As odd as that might sound. I'm gonna let some supers go through while I set up.
Nexus sent a super chat. Zircon here to ruin everyone's day accidentally.
Yeah, right. Well, she kind of did that. Everyone's gonna be traumatized
sent
after
a super
this.
chat. My dad wants to know who the Viziepop is. All I was able to tell him is that she's an animator.
She is. She is an animator. She started indie. She still is technically indie. I'll explain why after the super chats go by. I'm also going to reuse Zircon a bit and change her facial expression for the next panel, so don't at me. I meant to do that earlier, but I was struggling with all these fucking issues. Anyway,
Angels Art and Gaming sent a super chat. Steven's face is him concerned about the stream.
I'm gonna do a concern about my fucking network connection problems. I'm gonna have to figure out this...
Spill your guts sent a super chat.
One, too.
I have snacks and Madoka Mahia, etc. I am ready.
Nice. Excellent. Good job. Oh wait, I won't
Shark
both these
Jumping
layers.
Walrus sent a super chat. Get supported, nerd.
Thank you. Thank you for your support, guys, even though I don't deserve it because I am a failure and I'm doing very poorly right now.
Smooth Illustrated sent a super chat. Limus was in the chat.
Yeah, people were saying that. I mean, you're welcome back, Limus. I'm probably gonna rip your video apart, and what you did at that con was creepy as fuck.
Seedling Emoji sent a super chat. I'm just happy to have made it to the live stream this time.
I'm just happy to be
here. It's crunchy.
Well, you can expect we're gonna go on a little long today, even with the fucking crunch, so...
Bylonic sent a super chat. I'm here for this, cause the hate towards Vivzi is insane.
It actually is.
Not saying I think he's a great person, but...
No, it is actually fucking insane. Like, and most of it's just driven by misogyny and jealousy. I'll put that right out there. I think a lot of these mean girl bitches that spend all day bitching about Vivziepop online are mad it wasn't them. Because they think, well, I'm a cringy internet artist too, where's my show? Except, you know, in order to get where Vivienne Medrano has gotten, running 2 shows at the same time, one an indie show completely of her own studio on YouTube, and one an indie show produced by A24, that's a lot of hard work. Like, you gotta work your fucking ass off to get in that situation. And that's the thing, these people don't want to work for it. They just want to get discovered and handed a show because of their internet drawings, and they think that's how it fucking works, and it's not. You have to actually bust your fucking ass, and we're about to find out most of the people that complain about her are not willing to do that.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. I never really understood the Hatedom. So much vitriol for a mostly indie artist and her work. It's just weird to me.
No, it's jealousy and misogyny, that's what it is.
Dominic Leota sent a super chat. Here's my opinion. Both Hazbin and Helluva are mixed bags. They swear so much it can be annoying, but the songs are fantastic. I respect Vivzi for making her dream a reality.
You know, I really don't get the swearing complaint. I really don't. I think it's mostly from kids who are too used to adults self-censoring themselves on social media so they don't get demonetized. How do they swear more than the average millennial? You guys listen to me, I use fuck like a comma. How is it different? You know, I never understood that complaint.
Boopta Flute sent a super chat. I don't get the hate either. It always screamed to me as just off or some shit.
Yeah, every time I've looked into a Vivziepop drama, it's either been a nothing burger, an exaggeration, or a lie. Just a lie. Just made up bullshit. I think we have one more super coming. I cucked it by accident. Hello. Play Nick's super, please.
Nick Wolf sent
There
a
it
super
goes.
chat. You were right, Ant can be terrifying when he wants.
Now, Ant kind of went scorched earth the other night on some people. I'm not gonna get into that right now. But yeah, see, I was joking. I was like, everyone thinks I'm the dangerous one. Nah, it's Ant you don't want to fucking piss off, man. He's the crazy one. I'll just laugh at you. Ant will ruin your fucking life.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Took me too long to figure out it works. Making art online, that is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have to actually work. You have to actually put
Green
effort
Banana
in.
sent a super chat. Hazbin Hotel and Helluva Boss are flawed but good series, and I'm tired of pretending they're not.
Yeah, I like Helluva Boss. I haven't had any issues with it at all, to be honest. Again, I watched the finale for the first time ever last night, and I was like, why did everybody say this was bad? I don't understand.
Limus sent a super chat. Have a good stream. This is good background noise while I edit.
Oh, hey, Limus, I might be very critical of you in the stream, but if you feel like you can take it, you are welcome. Thank you for the $10. It was very generous of you. And my little effect didn't go off, so I did have to turn off my fancy effects because it was doubling up the sound. Damn it.
Kendall sent a super chat. I don't hate Viv by any metric, but as a gay man, watching her writing always tasted like Starlight Woman writing gay men, even though I think she's LGBT.
She's bisexual. I will give you the,
Forbidden sent a super chat. We're talking about a Hatedom that tried to dunk on Viv over how a pig was drawn. These people deserve zero charitability.
It's true, it's true. Wait, I thought I had them paused
Master
again.
Clockwork sent a super chat. It's not uncommon for a show to start off with one concept and shift to something else over time. I'm sure more so for indie project made on the fly.
A couple super chats ago about the gay man content. I will give you that. Vivienne Medrano is bisexual, however, I do get a bit of fujoshi from her when she writes male-male relationships, though I do like all of the male-male relationships in the show anyway, so whatever. But, yeah, I mean, I get a little bit of that, but honestly, a lot of the times it seems like the has-been hate-dom is just the SU hate-dom, you know, just heated up in the microwave, and again, it's a gay show made by someone LGBT in a minority who made it big, and people hate her for it. It's the same fucking bullshit all over again.
Mittens TC sent a super chat. I seriously wish people just liked/disliked shows. I feel like a lot of people have a pathological need to go after creators these days. I
think the problem is people can't accept when something isn't for them. Like, oh, this new popular animation everyone is talking about came out, and then they watched it and they didn't like it because it's not their sense of humor, and it's just not for them. But they have to get mad at it for not being for them. Everything has to be for them. They're the main character of Earth. How could something not be for them? I feel like that's the attitude a lot of people bring out with this.
Denmark sent a super chat. I don't like musicals, and I think even by those standards the music in these shows isn't anything fantastic most of the time, but the shows are relatively well written, pretty funny.
Yeah, that's the other thing, you gotta like musicals. Hazbin and Helluva are clearly made by musical theater nerds. You have to like musicals. I was saying earlier, though, I actually do like the music in Hazbin better than the music in Helluva. I just think the Hazbin songs are better. Did you see the little hearts around that one, though? It looks like my special effects are working, so cool.
Evie sent a super chat. Maybe I'm too Australian where the C word is used everywhere, but the swearing in the shows isn't that bad. We're adults. Grow the F up, people.
I think some people's problem with it is they're like, oh, you just think it's adult because it swears a lot. You just think it's mature and adult to watch because it swears a lot. Which, yeah, some stupid teenagers might think that way, but so fucking what?
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. I agree. The complaints about the swearing are confusing. People keep using edgy derogatory. The shows aren't even edgy by contemporary standards.
No, God, no. And come on, Brandon Rogers could wield a fuck in, like, the funniest goddamn ways.
Sent a super chat. Funny because like as you, I like the show. I have problems with the pacing and inconsistencies in world building and certain character choices, but I want to talk about those without shouting over clods.
Pretty much, yeah.
Sent a super chat. Do you like Brandon Rogers' videos? He voiced Blitz.
Honestly, I hadn't heard of him before Helluva.
Send a super chat. Hi, Sai. I just
Hi,
got
Skrill.
here. Red heart emoji.
Hi, Skrill. Love you. Anyway, yeah, I hadn't actually heard of Brandon Rogers before Helluva. I did go back and watch a lot of his videos, though. I love that character he plays, the conservative woman character he plays. That shit is, that she the gay pride one. That shit is so fucking funny. We might have to watch that at some point on this stream, if you guys can see it through the pixels. But yeah, look, guys, I'm old, okay? I didn't know a lot of Zoomer YouTube, okay?
Silver Star Strike sent a super chat. The shows are just not my cup of tea, and that is okay.
Yep.
It's just that simple. I can applaud Viz forever. The achievement still.
Yeah,
it's not that deep.
She was a forerunner of indie animation, taking the fuck off and overcoming studio animation. Like, how can you not appreciate that? There should be more supers coming. I think OBS is lagging on me again, though.
You know, him sent a super chat. I don't understand why people hate this stuff, but I also really don't understand why people like it either. However, I am willing to understand that this is Amy thing.
Yep, that's all there is to
Spill
it.
Your Guts sent a super chat. Wait, people got mad ABT Fat Nuggets design? Why?
I fucking forget why. Just because they could.
J. Marty sent a super chat. Hazbin Hotel is an ironic 10/10 for me because the show is an unfiltered expression of the author, Kojima S. Clone.
Yeah?
JJW Mizoon sent a super chat. I don't know Viziepop, but I see rando clickbait in my recs all the time analyzing their art like they broke some unquestionably laws of art.
I know, right?
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Gotta go to work. Big sad. I'll catch Rod later.
See ya, Miss
Salute and face
Jasmine.
emoji.
Always nice to have you around. That's the thing, too. Like, yes, us internet artists and terminally online people, we will make fun of Vivziepop style and call it cringe DeviantArt OC style and Tumblr sexy man style. However, normies are not familiar with it. And what really struck me when Hazbin popped the fuck off on Amazon was that normies liked that style. So maybe it's us internet artists who need to check our fucking biases. Because to them, that's fresh and new. They're not used to seeing that sort of thing. Me, like, I can recognize a fellow Jordan Vasquez fangirl a mile away. Vivienne, I see you. You probably started with Zim. I started with Johnny the Homicidal Maniac in, like, 1997. Anyway, yes, Hazbin Hotel is distributed by Amazon, but that is a distinction that is important to make. It was produced by A24, which is an indie studio. A24 never misses. They've made some great shit. They put out Midsummer, they put out Everything Everywhere All at Once, they put out Ladybird, they put out a ton of shit that's gotten high praise, and Hazbin was their first animated project. So it's not technically an Amazon show. It's distributed by Amazon and funded by Amazon, but A24 is the production studio, and Bento Box is the animation studio. So it is still indies making this. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It is still indie, and it's still kicking the ass of all the studio slop that's been put out there. Someone did a dub of Giant the Homicidal Maniac? That's cool. Anyway, unpause the super chats. I'm just waiting for them to fucking go again. Hello? 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 There it goes.
Odothstral2 sent a super chat. I was just listening to Sex Object by Kraftwerk. Bad day. How thematically fitting considering Angel Dust.
Yeah, right.
Poison is also a song that helps me cope.
Oh, we'll talk about Poison.
Ron sent a super chat. People attribute everything they dislike to Vivzie regardless of if it's HH or HB, even though HB is co-directed by Brandon Rogers.
I might torture myself doing this,
Mythical Drawer sent
today.
a super chat. I think most of the hate comes from the controversy around the shows, mostly at HH with Angel's episode.
Yeah, we'll talk about that and how people misunderstand that a lot.
Little Monkey sent a super chat. Sup. Not a big fan of the Helliverse, but Vivzie isn't Hitler. I think people tend to forget that. I hate Stolas.
That's fair. I like both Blitzo and Stolas. They're both
MXX
fucked up in their own way.
Richard sent a super chat. I hate the fact that people will bully women until no women want to work in the industry due to the misogyny. One day it's Rebecca, next it's Vivzie.
It's kind of funny how people are like, why don't more women make shows? And then when women do make shows, they have to claw and scrape just to get even half the recognition their male counterparts do, with all these fucking shitheads on the internet being as misogynistic as they please in the name of progression. It's like, fuck off.
Mittens TC sent a super chat. I like the cringe deviant art OCS.
Yeah, you know what? I was made to watch the Hazbin Hotel pilot. That was the first time I ever heard of Viziepop. I didn't follow her work before then. And I wasn't even that impressed with the Hazbin Hotel pilot. And I definitely didn't fucking expect Alastor to become my favorite character in the final show. I don't know what they did to change him. I thought he was cringy and over the top and edgelord in the pilot. But now in the final show, I somehow like him more than the Keith David Kitty Owl, who I expected to be my favorite character. Because I'm like, okay, you got Keith David playing a curmudgeon with a heart of gold. That is guaranteed to be my favorite character. But no, I ended up liking Alastor the most. I don't know how that happened.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Shows don't have to be perfect. Calm down.
Yeah, and they're not perfect, but they are what they are, you know?
Lightning Tiger 77 sent a super chat. Would you say you're in the Lily Hatedom? D.
The Lily Hatedom. I'm in the Angry Dome today with all my fucking issues.
Skeleton Magic sent a super chat.
Wait, what did
to
I
me,
use for the other
it
background?
also gets kind of boring when people's shtick is I hate it and nothing else, as they provide nothing else to discuss.
Yeah, after all these supers are out of the way, if you guys stop sending them, thank you for your support.
You know what I hate about Viziepop haters sits that they complain she makes no fat people like as a fat guy myself. Please shut up, though I do agree some of the people have the type.
No, see, they complain she makes no fat people, and then when Mimsy shows up, they try to claim she's a Jewish stereotype because she's fat. Make it make sense! Like, seriously, people are like, oh, well, Mimsy is fat and has a downturned nose and a New York accent and owes money to people. That means she's Jewish. And it's like, I think you might be the bigot here if you see a little short fat person who owes people money and has a New York accent and immediately go, Jew! Also, nobody told me I'm Jewish, apparently. I got a New England accent and I'm fat and I got a downturned nose and I owe money to people. I guess I'm Jewish now. Okay. Yeah, and somebody else on Twitter once tried to tell me that Rosie was Jewish blood libel because she's a cannibal and has the Jersey mom accent. Even though the Jersey mom archetype is an affectionate stereotype over here in the tri-state area of Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, and I want 4-state, Rhode Island, we count, okay? But yeah, Jersey mom is a certain type of voice type that's kind of an affectionate stereotype. You know, it's that meddling mom who's always gossiping. You know, fucking Mike Myers played this character on SNL like 20 fucking years ago. What are you guys talking about?
Sawesomeness sent a super chat. A24 has the best movie ever. Tusk.
They never miss. They never miss. Everything they do has been praised.
Dominic Leota sent a super chat. Once, I bought a Luna shirt at Hot Topic. When I showed it to my mom, she laughed, said, why does it look like 101 Dalmatians?
At least she didn't call you a furry.
_brain sent a super chat. The weirdest complaint I hear about Helluva Boss was Blitz was in this episode too much, and I'm like, excuse me?
He's the main character!
He's the main character. That's him. The Helluva Boss.
Yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about on my rewatch. I'm like, do people not realize that Blitz is the main character? He is the titular boss in the title Helluva Boss. The show is about him? Yeah? You know? Like, why are people so stupid?
John Williams sent a super chat. A24 also did the Wrestlers Aside biopic Iron Claw based off the Von Erichs family. That actually downplayed how sad the true story was.
Okay, well, fair enough on that.
Kalish Jobhantsu sent a super chat. Sarcastic Chorus made a lot of videos criticizing late Helluva, mainly focusing on the problems with Stom.
Oh yeah, I watched a lot of those. I like him. I don't always agree with him, but I like him.
Flute sent a super chat. Just got back. Did people say why it's bad?
No, we haven't even gotten there yet because everyone keeps sending me super chats, but thank you, everyone. Thank you a lot.
Him sent a super chat. All I know is the if Vivziepop protects meme lol.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to pause now. I'll let other supers go through in a bit. Because we're gonna go over a little bit how people lie about Vivziepop. I'm gonna show you guys the thing that made me finally go, okay, people are just making shit up about this chick. Let me just find it. Oh, wait, I have a few examples here that I need to bring up, so then I'll bring up the Distractotron in just a second. I have been so prepared today, you guys. I'm such a good streamer. There's the picture I need. There's the picture I need, and I need one more GIF. Okay, so this is what finally made me go, people are out of their goddamn fucking minds when it comes to criticizing Vivziepop. It was this right here. This Hitler sausage. So people were spreading this around, saying that this character is evidence that Vivziepop has a Nazi OC. She has a Nazi OC, you guys. You know she's an anti-Semite because she has a Nazi OC. Yes, Multiburst. I'm about to get into that, actually. You see this little bit of text here? I can't zoom in any further, apparently, but you see this little bit of text here that says, Producers Music Plays? It's a reference to the fucking producers, guys! You know that movie by famously Jewish man Mel Brooks? She took the Hitler sausage from Sausage Party and drew him as the bad Hitler actor from the producers. This guy, right here. So, I got into an argument with a bunch of Zoomers on Twitter over this, when I told them, it's the producers, guys. It even says it on the pictures. It's the fucking producers. And, a bunch of them didn't know what I was talking about. So I linked them Springtime for Hitler, and I had a bunch of fucking Zoomers tell me that it was offensive, that the movie made by a Jewish man mocking the Nazis is offensive. Let's play a little bit of Springtime for Hitler, too. Just for the fuck of it. Just for the fuck of it. Come on. Because it's great. It's fantastic. I want the remake version. Sorry, I like the remake version more. The original is a classic, okay? And I love Gene Wilder, but I also love Nathan Lane. And I just like how the play is done better in this, okay? Anyway, this is what Zoomers were telling me was offensive and Viziepop shouldn't have referenced. Clear satire.
Germany was having trouble, what a sad story. Needed a new leader to restore its former glory.
I should probably fix the warping on the sides here.
Where could that man be?
This is the new way I did this.
And then we found the man.
Like, this couldn't be more of a parody if it tried. The whole joke is they were trying to make a purposely bad play that would offend people and flop, and then it accidentally got read as a comedy. The guy who wrote this was serious. Yeah. Hey guys, look, it's Captain Jack Harkness. Springtime for Hitler and Germany. Yeah, it's John Barrowman. I'm singing over it. I'm only gonna play a bit. I just wanted to show you guys John Barrowman because he's fucking hilarious here. The Master Race. Anyway, and of course the audience is all like, what the fuck? Let's get to the part where they have Hitler come in, though. Because everyone's walking out, they're all mad, they're all angry at this terrible display of glorifying Nazi Germany. With all these fucking theater kids.
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
And then the guy they cast in the lead role comes out. And it's the funniest goddamn shit ever.
Heil Hitler! Heil myself. Heil to me. I'm the crowd who's out to change our history. Heil myself. Raise your hand.
There's no greater dictator in the land.
Elon Musk could never, guys. Elon Musk could never. Anyway. So yeah. This is what Zoomers were telling me was totally offensive, that how dare Vivziepop even reference this, because I just wanted to be angry at her still. And if you've never seen the producers, either version, please watch them. I do recommend the remake, but the original is also really good. Watch both. Oh, Werewolf Owls is talking about Birdcage. Yes, if you like Nathan Lane, go watch the Birdcage. He's gay with Robin Williams in that movie. It's great. Anyway, so this is a point where I went, okay, people just fucking make shit up. People just fucking make shit up about Vivziepop. Every single fucking drama I have followed has either been a nothing burger, an exaggeration, you know, maybe she said something mildly ignorant here, or was bitching about somebody she has a beef with on Discord there. Oh my god, she's a human being. Holy shit. You know, like, Christ on a cock. And again, I'm not even, like, a huge fan of her. I admire her work ethic. I admire what she's done and accomplished, but, like, I never followed her work from back in the day. I never heard of her until the Hazbin Hotel pilot, and I always said if the Hazbin Hotel pilot has had as big a glow-up from pilot to final show as Helluva did, it would be fine, and it is. I actually haven't seen Jojo Rabbit yet. I've been meaning to, Hughes. You guys know how I am about watching things. I have a boggle ball, I have bingo balls in a cage flying around in my head, and I have to wait till one of them falls out before I'm in the mood to watch something. So, anyway, I'll let a few supers come in while we go over the next item I had.
Zeta Ridge 7 sent a super chat. I honestly blame the Lily Pete effect. For real.
I mean, she's a symptom of a greater problem, but she definitely is a node of bad media criticism on the internet, influencing people, yes.
Ava Lee sent a super chat. At the gym RN listening in. I don't like either show, but I'm always down to hear others' opinions.
Thank you.
Gabe the GM sent a super chat. I have my issues with HH, but I can't stand the Vivziepop. They put me off watching Digital Circus for months cause they kept comparing it to HB.
I mean, it's not very similar. Maybe in some way. You know what? On rewatching Helluva Boss, few things I noticed. First one was the storyline that just got the finale in Season 2 has been set up since Season 1, Episode 2. They clearly had a plan. There was foreshadowing. There was a logical plot progression. It may have been harder to see when you're watching the episodes like every 2 to 3 months as they come out, but watching them all in a row, yeah, the plot progression is completely fucking logical. And you know what? It really struck me that it's a lot like BoJack Horseman, where you get really dry, witty, dialogue-based humor. You get stupid humor, like swearing and fucking Looney Tunes shit happening. And then you get these really sincere, dramatic moments with these characters we're not supposed to 100% take seriously all the time. You know, it's that kind of mood, where you have to be able to follow the tone. You have to know when it's being a shitpost and when it's being sincere. And I don't think a lot of people are able to follow that, and it's okay. That just means it's not for you. And that's okay. Not everything has to be for you. That's been my point this entire time.
Direwolf181 sent a super chat. People are mad the main character gets focus.
I don't know. I guess they want, from the pilot in the first episode, it seemed like we were setting up, and this is why I liked Helluva more than Hazbin Hotel when I saw both pilots. It seemed to be just setting up an episodic comedy about a group of office workers who are really, really fucking bad at their jobs, and I love that shit. I love stories about a group of people who just suck at what they do. So I was already all for it. And yeah, we ended up with a more emotional story. Okay, you didn't get your sweary, edgy demon show that's an episodic comedy. Okay, sucks, but there is a show there. You could assess the show as it is instead of bitching that you didn't get the show that you wanted or that you thought you were gonna get. You made up a whole show in your head, and now you're mad it didn't happen.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. You can't hate Mimsy. That's Spinel.
I know. Actually, did you guys ever see the person who did Spinel in Hell? They reanimated Mimsy's scene with Spinel, and that landed them a job on Hazbin. Let's watch that real quick, because it's awesome. Anyway. This is how you get animation jobs these days, guys. You make shit posts.
What a bunch of losers.
Can you butt out of my song?
all waiting for me. I'm here, what a guess. Took a while, but I'm present at last.
It's perfect.
It's me,
Who?
Like, fucking great editing. And it's fucking amazing what people can do from their home computers these days. This is why indie is popping the fuck off, man. And I love to see it.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. It's offensive to clown on Hitler? Make it make sense.
Apparently, that's the progressive thing now. You have to treat Nazis like they're super serious, scary bad guys who could get you at any minute. Because that, of course, makes the Nazis' egos swell. No, what you should do is mock the fuck out of Nazis and make being a Nazi the most loser-ass thing you could possibly be, and less people would want to be Nazis. If you treat them like they're big, spooky, scary bad guys with any real power, yeah, they're gonna have power over you. If you treat them like the chuckle fucks they are, they're gonna feel like sad fucking losers. As they should.
Great Bar sent a super chat. Well, I joined at a weird time.
Yes, well, I had a lot of technical difficulties, so the stream started kinda late. We're technically only half an hour in.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Playing this? After Ghibli last week? Okay, then.
I guess I'm just asking for another copyright strike at this point.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Okay, I have to share this. Growing up, my mom would sing a song when we were sleepy. When I watched The Producers as an adult, I found out that the melody came from Springtime for Hitler.
That's amazing.
Awesomeness. Sent a super chat. Spaceballs is my favorite Brooks movie.
Nice. I like the history of the world stuff, and I like Young Frankenstein. That was always a classic. Was that the last one? That might have been the last super chat, guys. Okay, we can get back to business. So this is Erin Frost. A while ago, Erin Frost brought up a whole hubbubaloo about how, everything behind the scenes at Helluva Boss is terrible, and Vivziepop's a tyrant, and she was mean to me, blah, 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 blah. And here's, like, the main thing that I always rolled my goddamn eyes at. It took me a while to re-find this fucking tweet, because I didn't remember who made it at the time. So, might also mention that my sister committed suicide only a few months before Viv hired me. Viv knew this. Also, I worked for SH in the middle of goddamn COVID lockdown. Why on earth would I be stressed and anxious during a worldwide pandemic? Must be that I'm psycho, I guess. So this chick admitted that she never got her work in on time. Ever. She never met deadlines. She would claim that Viviepop never gave deadlines, but also claim that she gave deadlines that were too tight. So... I'm beating Deadwing Dork. Nice. I can't even see the view count right now because the studio's been broken for me on desktop. Anyway. But yeah, here it is. She's like, well, yeah, I didn't get my work in on time, but I have life issues, and, you know, COVID was really stressful. Like, it wasn't stressful for fucking everybody. And I don't know if it was her. It might have been her. But I thought I saw another person that was basically like, well, I have chronic pain, and COVID was really stressful. Vivzie should have appreciated that. It might have been her, because she goes on to bitch about her supervisor, or the fact that she even had one. You know, this is what I don't fucking understand. Like, why did anyone take this person seriously? Let me see some of these other screenshots I have. Oh yeah, so she really hates this Sam person, because Vivziepop, as the showrunner of 2 shows simultaneously, dared to delegate the cleanup artist lead role to a supervisor. So Erin's whole problem was, well, I had to go through a supervisor for issues. I couldn't talk to Vivzie directly. Okay, so? Fucking so? Yeah? That's the pipeline, bitch. What are you talking about? You know? God, the entitlement. You know? Oh, here it is. So, this is funny. So, Sam is the one who was her supervisor. Apparently the workers were allowed to take on as much or as little work as they wanted. So any getting in over her head is her own fault. So let's read this conversation. Right here. That's so evil, apparently. Let's see. Hey, Sam, since there's no design work at the moment, I'm open to doing backgrounds again if you have any that still need to be assigned. And Sam says, I do not have anything at the moment for you. Everything is taken care of. And I said, thank you. Had the chairs passed on. I think that was prop design. I didn't ask to pass them on. Jane made that decision. And then Sam says, actually, I made that decision. Jane told me you couldn't do it. Erin said I asked for clarification on the assignment because of the scope of it was larger than originally believed. And then Sam replied, you said you weren't sure about meeting the deadline, so I took care of it. And Erin says, I just feel penalized for a situation that wasn't my fault. So, basically, Erin said, this is more work than I expected, indicating she wasn't going to get it done on time. And so the task was handed over to other people who could get it done on time. What's the fucking problem? What's the problem? That's so normal. So, like, the hilarious thing about Erin Frost is like, oh my god, everything you say just makes you sound like a fucking nightmare to work with. You sound like a lazy, entitled little piece of shit who thought working on the show meant you were gonna be BFFs with Vivziepop, and you were just gonna sit around doing little doodles and no actual work. You know? Suck it up, Buttercup. Maybe you're not cut out for this work. Oh well, I don't work on a big animation production because I also have similar problems with executive dysfunction. I wouldn't want to hold up anybody else. You know? So Sam Half, the other Sam, had a series of tweets about how things actually go on behind the scenes, instead of all these unsubstantiated bullshit that Erin Frost said that everyone believed for some reason just because they want a reason to hate Vivziepop. For completely normal things. Here's what Sam Half had to say. Ultimately, the only people who know what's real is the Spindle Horse animation team. But I can tell you that depictions of Viv as some kind of cunning, greedy manipulator are hilarious. This is from someone who actually knows her. Okay. She's been a cash cow for all the talent she's worked with, and I've seen those people turn cruel and dishonest the instant they're worried they won't be able to milk anything else out of her. Yeah, if that's what it is or isn't, I couldn't tell you, but it wouldn't be the first time. Anyways, a big-time advocate of labor power, here are some of the things that are not actually signs of an abusive workplace. Being fired when you're not doing a good job. Some people at the job having pre-existing friendships. Not getting an explanation for why you weren't hired. And here are versions of these things that are labor abuse. Being fired for no reason, favoritism based on race, sexuality, or gender, not being hired due to disability or identity. Keep an eye out for these and protect your fellow workers. It didn't happen here, though. Anyway, it's just a bummer that several people would breach NDAs to pull back the curtain and reveal super normal / mundane work experiences. Exactly. Fucking exactly. You couldn't handle the job. Oh well. Sucks to suck, I guess. You know, but you're taking it out on the woman who you wanted to be BFFs with and thought you were gonna be, like, the superstar right next to her, you know? Clout-chasing little fuckheads, you know? They should be called out, no matter how much they whine and cry and say, oh, but my chronic pain, oh, but COVID was stressful. Like, you're not the only fucking person in the world with problems, you know? Christ. I hate that attitude. It's like they act like nobody else has it harder than them. You know? Drives me fucking crazy. You know? I mean, I don't mean to be harsh. I kind of do, actually. I do kind of mean to be harsh. I'm so sick of these fucking entitled attitudes. Like, you signed up to work for this. You took on more work than you were able to do, and so the work was given off to other people who could finish it on time. And you still had a job. She wasn't even fired. She resigned. They didn't care that you couldn't do it. They just wanted you to tell them before it was crunch time. If you had just told them ahead of time, hey, guys, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this. Can someone else take this up? That would have been fine. We do shit like that all the time with Cougar's Crew. I help people finish things. I help them color things and ink things when they have too much on their plate. And I get a little kickback from it. So what? You know, it's normal. This is normal! Oh, God. this is what really drives me crazy about it. It's not even like, oh, I need to defend Vivzie like a fucking crusader. It's, I hate these people's fucking attitude, and I've been seeing it everywhere, and I'm fucking sick of it, you know? Yeah, minor miscommunication, and turned it into, I was being abused! Like, anyway, let's see what else I had here. And yeah, you were under an NDA, idiot! You're the bad guy here! You know? What was this one I saved? Yes, Limus. We'll get to Limus. Well, Limus is the first video we're gonna do anyway. So Limus, made this video criticizing Poison, and I think largely misunderstanding it. Made this creepy cardboard sign with a black and white printout of their video on it, walked around in this creepy cardboard mask, asking all the Helluverse voice actors to sign it. Most of them declined because they were creeped the fuck out. Alex Brightman signed it because he's a troll, and Limus posted this on the internet like it was some kind of win or endorsement for their opinions. Bro, that's weird. That's fucking serial killer shit, bro. Like, seriously. Dude, you were in the wrong here. You were in the wrong here. Like, there's no getting around that. Anyway, what was the other items I had on my, plate here? Oh, wait, that's just Vivziepop's response to that. I was saving a lot of this stuff last night. I don't even fucking remember what I saved. I think there was a couple other Erin Frost quotes that were just so fucking stupid. Oh yeah, this is Vivziepop receipts. This whole thing just is a whole obsessive Twitter talking about this woman's supposed crimes for shit that's like completely fucking normal. Apparently she's aphobic for joking about furry hypno fetish. Okay, sure, okay. People can't even, like, oh, here's this one, too. She went on vacation and went to these destinations that are notorious for mistreating animals. Okay, okay, proof. One thing, proof. Also, so what? Maybe she didn't know that these places are bad and she just visited them on her vacation. It's like people saw, like, pictures of her in Japan, trying the McDonald's in Japan because it's different, and going, she's a Zionist because she's eating McDonald's! And it's like, you are so fucking unserious. Like, Christ, people don't know what jokes are either, like, you know, God. Did you even know she was vaguing about you? Like, come on, get the fuck real. You know, get fucking real. Alright, we are gonna go on to the videos now, though, and I'm going to draw. Well, I'm going to work on this background. I'm using Pippin's 3D background again, of course, because I'm bad at backgrounds. I'm going to do the rough sketch based on the 3D model, and then I'm going to try to make it a little fish eye. I want to do the background before the characters. I have the character sitting on the couch, and Zircon's going to be standing here-ish, giving her very convincing presentation that I'm not going to actually show on screen, because I don't know how she's going to convince them.
Mr. Joe sent a super chat. How many vids are we covering? Curious to ask.
Yeah,
Radical sent a super chat. Boggling is what rats do when they're pleased. Sigh. Boggle balls are their little beady eyes. Sigh.
Okay, Limus, I didn't have to be at the convention to know that you walking around in that creepy fucking cardboard mask with your creepy fucking sign was fucking creepy. Alright? What you did was very parasocial and weird. Voice actors, it's just their job, okay? What they think about any given show they're on, you know, they're not gonna tell you because they're professionals, but acting like it was a fucking endorsement for your fucking video that Alex Brightman signed your shit. You didn't even get the right voice actor. It was weird, man. It was weird, okay? It was weird. It was weird.
Dominic Leota sent a super chat. Stolas and Blitz are like Scott Pilgrim and Ramona.
Which is which, though? Which is which?
Direwolf181 sent a super chat. Why does she fit so well here?
What, Spinel? Because they have a lot of the same influences, Steven Universe and Hazbin.
Sent a super chat. Why could you be spitting such obvious fact?
How could I say if it's something so controversial yet so brave?
Direwolf181 sent a super chat. Oh god, I remember this chick from the Isle Mal vids.
Oh, yeah. I watched a lot of those,
Dr. Theo
actually.
sent a super chat. I'm 30 minutes behind stream, so I don't know what you're doing right now, but I agree with every single thing you said.
Thank you, Dr. Theo, and thank you for the super chat.
Kendall sent a super chat. Imagine setting a deadline this sinister looking.
Yeah, but apparently, like, she both said we didn't have deadlines, and then she said the deadlines are too tight, so, bitch, which is it?
Odothdoll2 sent a super chat. People like this make me feel better about myself.
That's not entirely the point here, but...
Mittens TC sent a super chat. Legit wish I had that. I do animation for marketing and it's pretty normal in the for people to get like a week-long deadline for a month of work.
Yeah, and, like, that wasn't what's happening here. Like, people also were, like, trying to say, like, Vivzie was blacklisting people! When really what she was saying was she was asking her supervisors to, what am I trying to say? She was asking them to hire people other than her usual crew because they were all working toward deadlines right now and she didn't want to overburden them. So she was branching out and taking on more people to help finish the episode so her usual crew wouldn't have to crunch. Like, the fuck? Why do you just lie? You know? Why do you just fucking lie? Okay, Limus, as someone who has been behind the table at conventions, who has been a guest at conventions, and done artist alley at conventions, people are gonna be polite to you no matter how fucking weird you're being. It's called being a professional, okay? Even when the most weirdo fucking dude comes up to your booth, you're nice to him. Or the most weirdo fucking chick, or the weirdo fucking they, whatever the fuck. Whatever fucking weirdo comes up to your booth, you're nice to them. You're personable with them, because that's what a fucking professional does. He might have think you're a weirdo. He was probably laughing at you later. Laughing at the weird person in the weird green mask who wanted him to sign the creepy thing. You know, he was the only one you got. So...
Scooney sent a super chat. Vivzie recently came out as ace, so that's pretty ironic.
Oh, how dare she joke about it? How dare! I see all the asexual people in my chat joking about it all the time too, but oh, how dare they? You know? Okay, was that the last super? I'm having trouble keeping track now. So we are gonna watch Limus's video. And that wasn't the first one on my fucking playlist. Let's move that up a little bit. I won't move up 5, we'll just watch that one first. It's being a pain right now. Okay, we'll let these other supers come through real quick.
Landpast sent a super chat. If I pulled behavior like that at my restaurant job, my coworkers would hate me.
Yeah, or like, if you pulled that shit at any other job, you'd be fucking fired the next day.
Igor sent a super chat. Of course, Limus self-searches.
Well, I'm doing Limus's video first. You can leave after that if you want. I started kind of late. I'm gonna have to take my break to feed my pets soon, actually. But I did save this, this video, which is Vivzie, voicing the deer angel.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, no. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. No.
So I'm just gonna keep that on just, you know, in another tab in case I need it. I might put it on 1.52 speed, because I did want to get to a few, 1.25 speed rather, as I want to get to a few videos today. And I will put on subtitles for you guys. I'm being a good bean today.
So Hazbin Hotel and Helluva Boss are two shows that I'm quite vocal about my disdain for, at least to friends. There are many, many problems that these shows have that just make them very hard for me and many others to enjoy.
Yeah, so
From
far
the
not
characters
bad.
constantly reverting to zero, to the shocking lack of maturity for adult shows, to the lackluster humor, etc., etc. There are a lot more problems that I could
Okay, humor is subjective.
talk about in length, but the one aspect I want to focus on for this video is the character designs. Now, Vivzie's art style itself isn't
Oh wait,
bad.
this isn't you.
I think
This
the art
isn't you. This is the. Damn it!
I don't think it goes without saying,
Here we
but
go.
representation
This
is
is you.
important for any source of fiction. People of a particular
Starting with Paradox. David Universe, my friend! Sorry, I had to do it.
particular group want to feel seen and understood, and most of all, not feel like they are alone. And that's why good representation is important. It can help people feel seen, while also educate those who are unfamiliar with a certain group of people. But because it is so important, it's also a tragedy in most cases when a piece of
Well, of course, you have to understand one thing, that just because a character is a certain demographic doesn't mean that they're there for representation, you know, that they don't have to be there to be the perfect bastion example of their demographic, you know, to be a character in a show. Sometimes a character can just be gay and also be a bitch, you know? That's perfectly fine. There are plenty of gay bitches in real life, too.
the media has bad representation. It creates a harmful caricature that reinforces negative stereotypes. Stereotypes that bleed into real life. Most people won't even be able to tell if those stereotypes or traits are harmful or not because they are just not properly educated on the particular group of people that is being poorly represented. And that's why it is crucial to have good representation. You do not want to create a false narrative because of bad writing. But unfortunately, there are some stories out there that create a bad narrative through poor representation. Case in point, Angel Dust from Hazbin Hotel.
His body was made to be exploited. Kinky. Come on, keep talking dirty.
Now, I don't think I've ever come across a
Wow, 2 clips of him posturing to, with his porn star persona that he uses to keep people at a distance.
character so poorly represented, but also so greatly praised by the general audience. Hazbin Hotel is already a pretty controversial show for valid and invalid reasons. And no, the show isn't bad because the word fuck is used more times than a drunk in an Irish pub. I feel that
Again, don't understand the swearing issue. It doesn't seem any more frequent than any other show aimed at adults. Doesn't seem any more frequent than how me and my friends who are middle-aged people who are millennials talk. I don't know what to tell you.
a lot of my own personal problems with the show boil down to one of its most popular characters, and I feel that way because it does a good job at representing the exact issues the show has. Angel Dust is one of the only homosexual characters in the entire show. His entire gimmick is that he's a washed-up porn star slash
Baggy, also homosexual, and Charlie is bisexual, and Husker is pansexual, and Vox and what's his name, or I don't even know what the fuck they are.
prostitute drug addict. Already his character is reinforcing negative gay stereotypes. It was a pretty big red flag for me starting the show and one that I couldn't really shake away. The stereotype of gay men being heavy drug users with insanely high sex drives is older than the creator of the show is.
I don't think it's because he's gay, I think it's because he's a porn star. Valentino, thank you. I blanked on his name. Just watch the goddamn show. The Bug Man! Yes. Yeah, it ain't because he's gay, it's because he's in porn, and I'm sure you're going to misunderstand what Poison is about. Let's go.
This is a stereotype that was being criticized in the 90s. This is a show that came out in 2023. It is wild to me that a character who is written like this is in a show that came out just last year. It wouldn't even bother me that much if Angel Dust being a party and play gay wasn't his entire personality. But just about every scene he is in, with a few exceptions, has to have humor or
With a few exceptions, you mean the one scene where he's fucking real with somebody for the first time? Again, because he uses this hypersexual persona to keep people at an arm's length? Because he knows this situation is completely fucked and there's nowhere for him to go, he can't get out of it? Yeah?
few exceptions, has to have humor or comments relating to him being a porn star or him liking drugs.
Oh, wow. He copes with humor. He keeps people from asking too deep questions with humor and hypersexuality. Amazing. How do you understand the character, but also completely misunderstand them like this?
And in between all of those scenes, you have him basically sexually harassing every male character and trying to make advances towards them, no matter what their sexuality is.
In your bedroom, maybe? Under the covers? Maybe we can go look together.
Don't.
Come on. I bet I can make those wings.
Which is also
So you're just gonna cut out the conversation they had later? We'll find out if you do. Hang on, I need to ban Sparky again. They're being annoying. You can be annoying in my chat, but don't spam. Come on.
So, another negative gay stereotype. Now, since I already know the rebuttal to this, no, the show taking place in
Again, it's because he's in porn and he there's no way for him to escape his fucking pimp. Like, he's in a really he's a sex trafficking victim who has no way out. Like, What is your problem?
in hell isn't an excuse for characters like this.
Yeah, kill pimps. I'm gonna get really hairy-legged soapbox feminist on you guys here, but yeah, fucking kill pimps.
More often than not, I see people use the "it takes place in hell" excuse to justify offensive characters or bad writing. But when you have systems—
Yeah, it takes place in hell, so it's about a bunch of broken, fucked up people just doing what they can to survive, and that resonates with some people. Wow.
like that in place to fall back on when criticism is made, then it's more of a crutch for your writing rather than an actual world-building tool. Angel Dust is just offensive.
It's both shows, both Helluva and Hazbin are about fucked up people. That is the entire draw. They're about fucked up people. And fucked up people are not always gonna be perfect, are they? But maybe these imperfect people in this terrible situation that they are kept down in by the elites of the world can find some camaraderie with each other and some peace and some hope. It's almost like that's what the fucking show is about.
For the sake of being offensive, but truth be told, I don't even think Vivziepop realizes that he's offensive. I think she genuinely just doesn't know that he's a negative gay stereotype. And call me a snowflake all you want, but when your general audience of
Okay, snowflake.
the show is like below the age of 13, then I do think it's important for you to—
It is an adult series. I understand that teenagers watch it. I would have watched it as a teenager, but I probably wouldn't have understood it as a teenager. So, there's that.
have good representation in order to not send a bad narrative. Kids are really fucking impressionable, and if—
Again, not every show has to be representation. Sometimes a gay character can just be in a show without having to represent all gay people. Do you understand that? Do you understand that a gay person can just exist without having to be the representative of the entire LGBT community? Do you know that?
if we learned anything from the internet in the past several years, it's
I don't care if you stand by what you say, Limus, but I'm just gonna critique your video. I mean, that's what I'm here to do.
that the content you put out will have an effect on people, negative or positive. The landscape for queer people, both on the internet and outside of it, is already—
No, they use the Q word. Don't like that.
really, really hard. The last thing that we need right now is for more people to have reasons to hate us. I'm giving Vivziepop the benefit of the—
So, like, you're complaining about Angel Dust being a gay stereotype, and then you use a gay slur. It's interesting. And I know some people claim that queer has been reclaimed, but the only reason why queer was ever associated with gay people was to call us strange for our sexual orientation. And personally, as a lesbian, I will not call myself queer because I do not think my homosexuality is bizarre. I do not think it's weird. I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary. I think it's completely natural. You can call me weird for many, many, many other reasons. But for being homosexual? No, that's some normal shit right there. That's the most mundane thing about me. I'm not gonna call myself that.
doubt that she doesn't know that Angel Dust
I said they!
is a negative gay stereotype because I assume, in good faith, that she isn't trying to be like that. But it's
At
still—
least I think I did. Sorry if I misspoke. I do that sometimes. And I'm a little worked up today after all my fucking internet problems.
doesn't take away from the fact that this is still the character she wrote regardless. But that being said, this isn't the worst problem that I have with Angel Dust.
When I say come,
Yeah, that is the problem. It's called queer studies in college, and you know, that's an archaic term. It's kind of like how, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or the Negro College Fund. We don't use those words anymore, but they still exist in the names of those organizations because of when they were established. So when gay studies was established in colleges, they were calling it queer studies. And then a bunch of stupid kids went to college and thought that was a fun, kitschy word to throw around. And then they yell at people like me, who actually lived through it being a fucking slur, and had to actually live through the fight for gay rights. So, kind of cheeses me off a little bit. I'm here to give an alternate perspective.
you say,
Yes, Valentino.
when I say you are fucking 20 guys before lunch, you say,
Yes, Valentino.
See,
So, pimps are bad, right? You know pimps are bad? You know pimps are bad, I hope. Anyway, let's see what your point actually was.
with Angel Dust.
when I say come, you say,
Yes, Valentino.
when I say you are fucking 20 guys before lunch, you say,
Yes, Valentino.
See, Vivziepop decided to make Angel Dust a victim of sexual assault. His recovery is a plotline in the show, and I don't have an issue with this on paper.
Again, he's not just a victim of sexual assault, he is sex trafficked, he is working in pornography, and this is the reality of working in pornography. It's almost like all of that sex work is just work shit is pimp shit. And you're just repeating pimp shit that benefits nobody but fucking pimps and sex traffickers. And I'm gonna be really, really hot take about this.
Not only do I think it's important to represent male victims of abuse, but also queer men who were victims of it. Men, both gay and straight, have been victims of sexual assault, and it's something that hasn't been properly recognized in society, which is why the execution of Angel Dust and his abuse storyline upsets me to an endless degree. Now, before I open this can of worms and talk about my issues with this character, I should rip off the band-aid because I already know people are going to ask me in the comments. Yes, I am a victim of this kind of abuse myself, and I don't owe you or anybody—
Pam, do you understand that that's the actual name of an organization? Do I have to fucking prove it to you guys? United Negro College Fund. It's a real fucking thing. They still call it that. That's not my decision. But they still have this archaic word in the title. That doesn't mean it's okay to use. Just like queer studies doesn't mean that queer is okay to use, you know? I'm just pointing that out right there. Now, let's play a little bit of this.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, no.
Yeah, so. Anybody else watching an in-depth explanation of it. It's my story to tell, and I'm not going to tell it here. I'm bringing this up to make it clear that I have valid criticisms of this show and this character as a survivor myself. I also want to make it clear that this is not a review of this show itself, but more so a critique of one of the—
I will also say Vivziepop is also a survivor of sexual assault, so I don't know. So, like, is one opinion supposed to be higher than the other somehow? Are we ranking this in a way?
Characters. I haven't finished this show, and I don't plan on doing it. I just want to talk about the character.
You didn't even finish the show, huh? So you didn't see the whole character arc, then, did you? You made this without actually following the character arc to its conclusion, did you? Okay.
That made me stop watching halfway through. With that out of the way, we should start talking about this.
Angel, baby, come home. It's not the same without you here. I miss you. Come back. Angel, you bitch! If you don't come home, you will be fucking greasy truckers for the next year!
Angel Dust works as a porn star for a character named Valentino, who has him under contractual obligation and takes advantage of him.
I mean, it's not just a contractual obligation, it is a demonic contract. All the overlords basically snatch up human souls when they come to hell. You want to be under an overlord for your own protection. He ended up signing up with Valentino and was forced to do porn. That's bad. It's supposed to be bad. Nova, unfortunately, I had a lot of internet problems earlier, and I don't know why it's still outputting at 240p, unfortunately. But I am recording, so I'll be able to at least cut this down into something.
Valentino, who has him under contractual obligation and takes advantage of him. Valentino's entire character is meant to be this pimp. And as a villain, I don't have a lot of issues with him, although I think giving a rapist character musical numbers is a bit tone-deaf in my opinion. I don't have a strong—
I know you said you don't like this reasoning, but it takes place in hell, man. I don't know what to tell you!
opinion about how Valentino is written one way or the other. I think he's very bland. A lot of my main issues stem from one episode, and that being—
Well, Valentino's not exactly a deep fucking character. He's there to be ridiculous. He's there to be laughable because he's a bad guy, and he's a petty little whiny bitch. He's not a good person on any level. None of the V's are. All of the V's are terrible people. They're overlords.
Masquerade. It's the 4th episode of the show, and it's the one that got me to stop watching entirely. In the episode—
But see, the other thing is, too, sometimes you have a villainous character where how awful they are is the point. Like, you derive comedy from how awful some of these villains are. It's like Big Jack Horner. Y'all liked when that happened. You know, that's the thing. How fucking ridiculously terrible he is a bit of a point of comedy.
Angel Dust has to deal with balancing his life at the hotel and his life at work. Charlie tries to get involved, but when she does, shit—
He's not balancing his life at the hotel. He specifically went to the hotel to have a break from Valentino. He just plays it off like he's just slubbing it there. But really, he is trying to get any escape from Valentino. That's why he's been at the hotel. He's not helping them do anything. He's just hiding out there. As far as he's concerned at this point, he's taking advantage of Charlie. And he's like super duper smart to do so. But he ends up actually caring about her if you would watch the entire fucking show.
Issues stem from one episode, and that being Masquerade. It's the 4th episode of the show, and it's the one that got me to stop watching entirely. In the episode—
So you stopped watching after this episode. You didn't see where his character went after this. This is dishonest.
Angel Dust has to deal with balancing his life at the hotel and his life at work. Charlie tries to get involved, but when she does, shit hits the fan.
Look, I'm sorry for the stream quality, guys. I had a lot of technical issues today, and this is the best I can do, okay? Hopefully I'll have it fixed by next week.
It results in Angel Dust getting physically assaulted by Valentino. See, because Angel Dust is under Valentino's contract, he has to obey his command even if he doesn't consent.
Yeah. It's bad. He's a demon overlord. He's a pimp. He's a sex trafficker. It's a bad thing. Yeah!
After being abused, Angel Dust kicks Charlie out in order to avoid being harmed more. The one good thing I have to say about the writing for
No, it's not even that, but because Valentino was just slapping him around, he takes it out on Charlie. You know? Because it's a fucked up situation that these fucked up people are in. They're not always going to act perfectly. That's fucking life. You know? That's fucking life.
Abused, Angel Dust kicks Charlie out in order to avoid being harmed more. The one good thing I have to say about the writing for this episode is that a lot of this abuse is comparable to the real-life abuse that the porn industry conducts on their acters.
Yes!
And to give credit where credit is due, the show does a good job at portraying that, even if
Yes, that is the entire fucking point! The porn industry is bad!
a little over the top. This scene on its own would be completely fine if it wasn't ruined by the musical number that follows it. The
musical number that is all about why the porn industry is bad. That is entirely what Poison is about, and I don't get how people don't understand that. It's so obvious. Like, are you not even following what's happening on the screen?
Poison is just Angel Dust singing about being abused and how he is helpless to it. Is it a sad melodramatic song with slow and meaningful instrumentals? No. It's a techno dance song that removes any sort of seriousness that the song may have. It doesn't.
Okay, before we continue the video, we're gonna watch Poison, because I knew this was gonna happen. So let's assess this entire music video before we go on to Limus's point. Alright. I'm gonna make sure it's not in fucking 2x speed still. That would be kind of bad. Okay, cool. So, this is Poison. In fact, I'm gonna put it in the Distractotron. You know, fuck this. Let me just, where is Distractotron? Bleh. Alright, so we're gonna watch this whole damn thing, and I'm gonna give my thoughts on it, alright? Because I like this sequence a lot. I think it's very good. I think it does put across the message it's supposed to, and I think people very willfully misunderstand it.
Action.
Also, a bit of a content warning, though. This is a little graphic. Alright, so close your eyes if you're under 18. Okay, actually, I said I was gonna... okay, I'll play the whole thing and then I'll assess it. Okay, never mind. Stop being a pause anti-side.
Cause I know you're poison, you're feeding me poison. Addicted to this feeling, I can't help but swallow up your poison. I made my choices. Every night I'm living like there's no tomorrow. Any way you want me, baby, that's the way you got me. I'll be yours. My story's gonna end with me dead from your poison. I got so good at being untrue. I got so good at telling you what you want.
Relevant lyrics.
So far beyond difficult to resist another gulp. Yeah, I know it's poison. You're feeding me poison. I'm choking from the taste and I can't help but swallow up your poison. I made my choice and every night I'm wasted like there's no tomorrow. Drowning in poison, I'm filling up my glass, but it's always hollow, full of poison. I'm sick of the poison, wish I had something to live for tomorrow.
Like, especially with that ending, how the fuck can you misunderstand this? The message of this is very, very simple. The sex industry and the porn industry has this very glitzy, glamorous facade. People are always trying to convince you that porn is good, porn is harmless, it's just like any other job, it's just like any other work, because they want people to be sexually exploited, because it benefits them. He is a sex trafficking victim, essentially. So let's go over this a little bit here. Look at his face here. He's upset. He's uncomfortable. But then he puts on his performance face. Because this is what he has to do to survive this industry that he is trapped in, like so many people in real life are trapped in it. Many people are trapped in prostitution, they're trapped in porn, they're trapped in sex trafficking, they don't want to be there. They either think they have no way out, no other way to go, they've been groomed into it. In this case, he's under a fucking demonic contract, so there really is no way out for him. This is the situation he is in. So see, he puts on his face for the porn scene. And does his porn star thing like he's expected to, like he's famous for, like he gets praise for, like he gets money for, like he gets drugs for. This is the only thing in his life, but of course now there's some more, you know, trepidation there. Not Limus? Whatever, I'm not even paying attention to the chat that much. Of course Limus is gonna dip out when I'm explaining what the fucking music video is actually fucking about. And then this shot, where he has to go down on the cameraman. He takes a very tired, exhausted look at Valentino before he has to do the scene. You know? And of course, those lyrics later. Let me find the shot. Here. I got so good at being untrue. I got so good at telling you what you want to hear. Now, if you listen to the testimonies of women who used to work in porn, a lot of the times what you'll hear is that once the cameras are rolling, they're often coerced into doing stuff they didn't agree to, and then they have to give an exit, recording saying they agreed to everything, and they're often threatened with not getting paid if they don't smile and say, "Oh yes, I agreed to everything that happened to me tonight." So, this is what we're dealing with here. You know? Oh, give me a sec. So we're dealing with someone trapped in this horrible exploitative industry, having to act like he likes it. Which is true to life. And he disappears into the work. Into what he has to do, because he has no choice, because he's under a fucking demonic contract. And then this part that Limus complained about the most, saying it was a happy dad scene. So, him smiling and dancing and looking glamorous and cool is deliberately juxtaposed with him being abused. This is talking about how the sex industry puts itself out as cool and hip and awesome, and, you're just a prude if you don't like it, and everything's cool and glitzy and glamoury, and everyone's fucking and having fun, but the reality is this. This is what Poison is about. I stun-locked Ant and Crim when I said this, too. Even they were swallowing this bullshit that, it's a completely fetishistic scene, that's all it is, but, right here is literally juxtaposing the glitzy and glamoury facade with the actual abuse that happens to this character. It is criticizing the porn industry. It could not be any clearer. So I guess some of you were accidentally got Limus's pronouns wrong, so they left, like, I'm not, like, I'm sorry, some people are just gonna pop in and they're gonna hear the voice they hear and they're gonna come to their own conclusions. I don't think they mean anything by it, but, or that Limus ran away because I, was actually criticizing their bullshit. Anyway, let's let some super chats go through. I'm actually gonna go feed my animals. I'll let the supers play while that happens, and I will answer them when I get back, because I will still be listening. I'm always listening. I'll be back.
Flute sent a super chat. I hate when people bring VA and actors into fandom drama or ask creepy questions. No, the Hawks VA doesn't want to moan, nor does anyone want to sign your sign. Spill Your Guts sent a super chat. Blacklisting not working people to death, same thing. Bill sent a super chat. Normalize gay characters being assholes, PLS I beg. Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Honestly, I've been playing a lot of BG3. Asterion is a victim and also does similar posturing that Angel Dust does. Just as a sexy vampire persona. Kaimuet Isbol sent a super chat. All you wanna do from 6 the musical in many ways worse than Poison. If these people found out about all the context behind, they'll have a seizure. Moved Accounts sent a super chat. Salty Spittoon sent a super chat. It astonishes me how many PPL willfully ignore that Poison is Angel, clearly disassociating, sneering face emoji. Helena McNeil sent a super chat. I haven't seen the show, but it sounds like he has a similar backstory to Astarion from BG3? Jordan Burke sent a super chat. Oh, I have a character sorta like this. He's a gay man from a rich background who plays up the gay because he fears he's not authentic otherwise.
I had to pause the super chats for a second because, oh god, Asterion, we have another gay, fluffy-haired, white fluffy-haired boy that everyone loves, oh no! Oh, dearie me. Anyway.
Sent a super chat. It's anecdotal, but I got 2 gay roommates who, when I told them the drama around Angle and Poison, they were baffled. They love the show. Moved Accounts sent a super chat. As someone who acts and talks like Angel Dust and felt seen by this one character, then being told by Limus that I'm just a or a pest fucked me up. Boopta Flute sent a super chat. Remember Limus uses she/they.
Yeah, somebody said that earlier, so I think some people were fucking it up just because...
The Cat Warrior sent a super chat.
Know you.
It's almost like Angel's situation is supposed to make you uncomfortable.
Yeah, wow, it's almost like, yeah, that deliberate juxtaposition between the glitz and glam and the actual abuse reality that is the fucking sex industry is very purposeful here.
It's Mohammed sent a super chat. People need to understand what characterization is.
No shit! Like, just because he is a gay character in a show doesn't mean he is meant to represent every gay person ever. You know, again, this is the shit how people get representation completely twisted.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Was he expecting the coked up, mafia, porn star to be wholesome?
It was a they, I guess, sorry, but... again, people can't
Kira
know.
Sent a super chat. Jafar had 2 musical numbers, one in the first Aladdin and the second, and he was into Jasmine, a 15-year-old, so dude, why does it matter?
Yeah, Jasmine got to act sexy toward him and kiss him to seduce him into not doing his evil plan. Good, Disney, that's real good.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. I will hear nothing bad about my Queen Velvet.
Oh, no, I love Velvet. She's an evil bitch. All the V's are evil. Totally evil. I love Velvet. Maybe I like me a crazy bitch with pigtails, okay?
Yuki Udaware sent a super chat. OFC, I come in on Masquerade. Most misunderstood DP.
Pretty much.
Zeta Ridge 7 sent a super chat. You can't win with these people, I swear.
It's like the kids I was talking about earlier who, after I disproved their claim that Vivziepop has a Nazi OC, and that it was a reference to the fucking producers, they started saying the producers was evil and offensive and she shouldn't have made a reference to it. You can't fucking win. They just want to be mad at her, because again, most of this hatred toward Vivziepop is misogyny. You have a You have a bisexual Salvadoran woman who made it big on the indie scene, and she's just shat upon for being a female showrunner and from all these jealous mean girl art people on fucking line who wish it was them.
Sent a super chat. OMG, I am so tired of this. He is trying to play off his abuse. The peep music is supposed to contrast the abuse he's taking. When he is alone, he breaks.
No wonder I'm so respectless. I could eat you live for breakfast. I wish I could remember the whole song.
Direwolf181 sent a super chat. Lyrical dissonance. Being jarring is entire point.
Yes, it's the juxtaposition is the fucking point. Like, it is so clear in the visuals. I don't know how anyone misunderstands this except that they want to, you know?
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Poison is still a bop, but I prefer Addict.
Oh yeah, Addict was the kind of the proto-Poison, right? It was an old music video
Limus
for
sent
the
a super
final
chat.
show.
I'm a dip. Lots of transphobia in your chat low.
And that's what fucking... Okay, Limus left because people didn't know their pronouns off the bat, which I don't think that's transphobic. I think that's just making a justifiable mistake because they hear your voice and just assume... You know, sorry. Sometimes people think I'm a teenage boy. It happens sometimes, you know?
Yuki Udaware sent a super chat. It's ugly and dissonant on purpose. Criticism 101.
And like somebody else in the chat was pointing out, the music isn't jovial. It's very, like it seems like it's gonna be like a pop bop, but it has this anxious, driving percussion to it that is supposed to be off-putting. You know?
Evie sent a super chat. His shaking voice at the song's end hurts so much.
No. God, I mean, Michael Krutchevak, fucking, he's in Digital Circus too now, as the bunny man, what's his name? I should know these things. Yeah, Sophie in the chat is saying, as a trans person, that's not transphobia, transphobia is deliberate. Yeah, people just didn't, like, know your pronouns off the top of their head, buddy, that... Like, you can't expect them. Michael Kovac, thank you. He was good as Angel Dust, but Blake Roman, holy fucking shit. Like, him doing the dramatic acting, even with the New York accent, and making it sound really good. Jax, thank you. I don't know why I didn't remember anybody's fucking names today. You know? I mean, people they me all the time without asking. You know, it fucking happens. You gotta, like, whatever. Normal social shit. Anyway.
Help that the music video has scenes of Angel Dust essentially being abused right in between scenes of him dancing like it's a Kesha music video. And
yes, that was the point, Limus. That was the point, as I just explained.
look, I get that there are songs out there with serious lyrics and messages that sound upbeat and cheerful.
You didn't have Pinch Me by Bare Naked Ladies in there? For shame.
But the biggest thing that sets those songs apart from Poison is that Poison is created for the sole purpose of a cartoon character whose entire gimmick is being slutty and provocative, while other songs are made.
Yes, that is his gimmick to protect himself because of the situation he is stuck in, and how he can't trust other people. Like, the show is maybe just not for you. The show is maybe just not for you. Xenobra in the chat says, my pronouns are, do not refer to me. No, I'm not a they. I'm just a woman. I don't really do the gender thing, guys. I'm just an old lesbian, okay? Let's let some more supers through.
Sent a super chat. When me and my roommates finished this scene, we were dead silent. It hit us so hard. It's supposed to make you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's saying this is bad.
Yeah.
Jake Batterson sent a super chat. I literally talked to somebody who worked for Vivziepop on Twitter and they said they were constantly misgendered while they worked there.
Okay, but I mean, again, sometimes people aren't just gonna know this shit off the top of their heads. You know, it's like normal social fuck-uppery. You gotta give some people some grace. I mean, sometimes people aren't trying to slight you. They just have their own shit on their minds, and they're not always paying attention to you. You know? That's what it is. What did somebody say before that, though? I wanted to respond to the super chat before that, and then I got distracted and lost my train of thought. Oh, I think this is the one saying they were dead silent after poison because it's saying it's bad. No, I know. I remember what I was going to say now. Some people think that something being depicted in a piece of media is automatically an endorsement of that thing. Rather than you're supposed to just watch what is unfolding and come to your own conclusions or follow what the show is actually fucking telling you. Like, they seriously need shows to have a character turn to the camera and say, "This is bad." You know, like, and if that's your attitude, you shouldn't be watching a show like this. It's a little too complex for you.
John Williams sent a super chat. Ant and Crim thought it was fetish, so they pulled a Lily.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ant and Crim were a bit on the Vivziepop hate train just because it's the thing to do online, but they both, Oh, I'm sorry, Kaiser, I meant to show that. But yeah, I stunlocked them both saying, actually, Poison is about, you know, showing the juxtaposition between the facade of the glitz and glamour of the porn industry with the reality of the abuse and rape and sexual assault and exploitation. And they both got really quiet. So, I'm just saying. Anyway, Kaiser wants me all to show you this as a bit of a palate cleanser. So here we go. He did some seedy orchids in poses I've done side-chan in. Very good, very good. We'll leave that up on screen while we do more supers.
Ethan, seedling emoji, sent a super chat. I stayed as long as I could, but I got off work at 6 a.m. and have to work graveyard again tonight. I look forward to finishing the stream tonight.
Thank you, thank you.
Adruk sent a super chat. Angel Dust, Astarian. The internet has a type.
Fluffy white hair gay boy is the new Tumblr sexy man now, apparently. So.
Rudiaquaz sent a super chat. Please be kind to this person. They are entitled to their own opinion. This is an emotional subject, don't treat it like it's all technical.
Well, that's what I do, is do
Cookie
technical
Alchemy
reviews,
sent a super
though.
chat. Has Limus never listened to any older Vocaloid songs? They're full of this kind of dissonance.
Yeah, and I like a lot of electronica. I would not consider that to be like a upbeat hyperpop song, personally.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Why is deliberate cognitive dissonance hard to grasp?
I don't know. But if you can't grasp that, you probably shouldn't be watching shows that do
Kainuret
that.
Isbel sent a super chat. All you wanna do from 6 does many of the same as Poison but worse implications. Child essay of a real person. I hope these people never know about it. Bodied Arm sent a super chat. To be fair, most if not all teenage boys in cartoons are voiced by adult women.
Now see, I've told this story before. When I did my first stream, I had a really potato mic. And I was streaming, oh, I see, actually, I just noticed, I think you've been using the pen I use, Kaiser, very cool. So I did my first stream on Undertale Blind, so I got a lot of randos. I was just doing it for my friend, and a lot of people on that stream thought I was a teenage boy. And I was like, that's so stupid, how could they think that? And then, later on, a couple weeks later, I was playing Ark Survival Evolved, and I was building a big building in the desert. And some person flew down on a dragon and started talking to me, and I thought this person was another woman, and I gradually realized it was a teenage boy. And I was like, okay, well, alright, maybe it's not so crazy that people assumed I was a teenage boy.
The Cryptid in question sent a super chat. I think people forget that there are plenty of pop songs with dark themes present.
Yep. You know, it's just dishonest. It's just dishonest.
Rock Josiah sent a super chat. Kesha. In my Christian Vivziepop cartoon?
Well, yeah, actually, yes, Kesha was in Helluva Boss. She's Beelzebub.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Agreed 100%. Certain male creators in this field have done way worse and received less hate than Vivzie ever has.
Sure do. Sure fucking do. And they have to exaggerate things about her.
Robin Lewis 1952 sent a super chat. Do people not know that Vivziepop created Angel Dust based on her past abusive relationship?
Wow, it's almost like she's basing it on her own experiences and also her own problems with the sex industry. Wow, it's almost like creators have things to say with the things they make.
Salty Spittoon sent a super chat. Hot take. I don't think someone's career should be limited by what kinks they might have. Like it or not, CNC is relatively common among consenting adult. ABT the border for Poison.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. So one of the borders for Poison, one of them, they didn't do the entire sequence. supposedly has a quote-unquote non-con fetish. I don't care what you think about that. I think it's kind of creepy and gross and weird. But what people do in their own fucking bedroom is nobody else's fucking business, alright? You can't, like, go around asking people what their kinks are when you hire them. You can't fire somebody for what they do in their own personal time. That's fucking mental to have that attitude. You know, all of these kids are like, they should be fired! They should be fired for having a weird sex kink and having done storyboards about the abuse victim. And it's like, no, that's fucking ridiculous. That's a labor issue. Like, all these people act like they're fucking communists and socialists and they're all about labor rights. And then they want to have people have their income taken away for, like, one little thing they don't like about them. It's like, you are fucking mental. Like, all these kids are like, we're anti-fascists. We just don't want people we like to not have voting rights or an income. And it's like, do you know what fascism is?
Igor sent a super chat. Fun fact, Pumped Up Kicks isn't even about a school shooting. Nowhere is a school actually mentioned.
I mean, it kind of is implied, though. Like, all those other kids in the pumped up kids, you better run, better run. I mean, it's obviously about teenagers, so, you know.
Fezbear sent a super chat.
Thank you. I see Cryo also sent a blank one. We'll see if it has a fancy effect. We'll see if that fucking worked.
Fezbear sent a super chat. Limus pulled a Keffels or Lork when they get criticized. They use the transphobia card.
I don't think that's what Limus was doing. Limus was just upset that people didn't know their pronouns or she, they, because people aren't fucking psychic.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Bad media takes like this further emboldens my claim that there are people who cannot walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. It's so alien to me.
Limus, come back here. We want to see if you can chew bubblegum and walk without bumping into a telephone pole. Come here.
Cryohazard sent a super chat.
Yay, did the effect. See, Cryo did a $20 super chat. Got some stars. Yay, thank you, Cryohazard. My little thing works. I've been sprucing up the stream a bit again.
The Cat Warrior sent a super chat. Middle-aged lady with a voice like a teen boy club.
Yeah, the club of me and you. I'm sure there's other women with teenage boy voices.
Jack Thorso sent a super chat. Limus, I'm sorry but they have a masculine voice. They do not sound female. People who don't know who you are not transphonic for not psychically knowing.
Like I said, people do that sometimes. People thought I was a teenage boy. I had a dude tell me I have they energy because of my voice. And it's like, this is just my voice. I don't know what to tell you.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. Just stopped in. People being blindsided by how being bad and the prawn industry being worse than it looks. Man, it really is Wednesday, huh?
Yeah, sure is.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Okay, but why is CD so thick though?
That's Kaiser. Who also sent me a Wani dub. I guess we'll have to do that.
Kill Mickey Mouse sent a super chat. They should make the songs about bad things shitty so no one accidentally thinks that bad things are good. Problem solved.
Yeah, Poison should have just been played on kazoo, then we would know it's a bad thing.
Jake Batterson sent a super chat. Sigh, if you say that Viv having trans women as a friend is proof she not transphobic, you are unironically using the black friend excuse.
I didn't say that, though. Did I say that at any point? But thank you for the super chat.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. Got off class. What did I miss?
Not too much. I got started a little late. I'm still working on Limus's video.
The Flute sent a super chat. Fact, you get fired for asking about kink life.
Yeah, if you had a supervisor ask you about your fucking sex life or your kinks at work, go to HR. That's wrong.
Nick Menser sent a super chat. The point of poison is to make people uncomfortable. Some people just don't know how to let media make them uncomfortable and sit with that.
I do think that's another problem. People are like, I want media that challenges me, and then something challenges them. They're like, no, not like that.
Marina Wilson sent a super chat. The three genders, man, girl, and teen boy/woman.
Every girl, every boy, every woman, and a man loves Lululand. Anyway, I had to do a Wani dub all of a sudden, because Kaiser sent me this.
Hey, Inko, look! Boobs!
I'm not falling for that prank a third time, Olivia. If you have no idea why I'm doing this right now, go watch my I Wanna Hug That Gator live streams where I develop these funny-ass voices for the characters, and it just kind of became a thing. Anyway.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Anyway. One more super chat.
The cryptid in question sent a super chat. I've had plenty of people confuse me for a boy cause of how I sound and look even though I'm a grown woman, lol.
Yeah, right? I mean, with my short hair, I've had people mistake me for a man from behind. I mean, shit happens. It's normal. Like, why are you so, like, unaware of things that are normal, Limus? I don't understand. I don't know.
Made with the purpose of conveying a serious message. Foster the People didn't write Pumped Up Kicks because they wanted to create a cartoon character about a school shooter. They wrote it because it's an actual song with a message behind it.
Okay, because it wasn't a because Poison stars a cartoon character that makes it worse somehow. I don't like Hazbin Hotel is a fucking musical. It tells its story and its character development through fucking music. It's a musical. That's how they work.
Any sort of message that's in Poison is completely lost in translation because of this music video. What also doesn't help
How is it lost in translation? As I just went over, it has deliberate juxtaposition between the glitz and glamour facade of the porn industry and the actual abuse that happens in it. That is the entire point. And it is so blatantly obvious in the visuals. Like, would you watch it with the eyes closed? You need glasses? What's going on here?
knowing that this music video, along with many, many other scenes, is storyboarded by somebody who has an actual rape fetish.
Here we go, we were just talking about that. You can't get fired for having a fetish. You can't ask people about their fucking sex lives and sexual interests when you're hiring them. That's a fucking HR problem. That's illegal, actually. So...
somebody that Vivziepop frequently defends on a regular. I can't watch this music video and assume that it's being made in good faith when part of it is being made by some...
They did the one dance scene, and that was it. They did the one dance. They didn't storyboard the whole fucking thing. You're just spreading misinformation.
Somebody who thinks that the abuse that Angel Dust suffers is hot. So when somebody who isn't a victim of SA themselves and has a fetish for non-con is hired by somebody to storyboard for scenes of...
two people who also have experienced sexual assault, so I don't know why you think you have any, like, higher authority than them on it.
the character in the show with the SA storyline, then at that point, I can't assume that Vizzy isn't ignorant to what she's doing. This episode doesn't get any better, by the way. The next scene has Angel Dust...
She isn't ignorant to what she's doing, because Poison has a very purposeful message that just flew the fuck over your head. That's all.
having a freak out over Husk calling his flamboyant, horny act fake. So he storms off to a random bar, only to...
yeah, Husk called him fake, because he is.
be picked up by Husk after he almost got himself roofied. When Husk confronts the self-destructive behavior, Angel Dust opens up and saying that it was a way for him to forget about everything in the hopes that him getting
We're gonna have to watch Loser Baby too, aren't we?
high and wasted will ruin him enough that Valentino will lose interest.
Now see, I actually fucking hate this scene a little bit, because like, all these people, like Limus, like Lily, go, I understand Angel Dust's character now, because he stood on the sidewalk basically expositing it. Like, I know they were trying to cram so much into this show because they didn't know if they were gonna get a second season. But they could have done this a little better than just him standing on the sidewalk going, I'm trying to ruin myself so I won't be his favorite toy anymore. And I was like, yeah, we could have picked up on that without you having to state it out loud, but apparently even with that, some people still misunderstand it. So...
getting high and wasted will ruin him enough that Valentino will lose interest.
I can ruin myself enough in the process. If I end up broken, I won't be his favorite toy anymore.
And good line delivery. I just think the lines themselves are fucking exposition and could have been done better.
And maybe he'll let me go.
Abuse, and especially sexual abuse, leaves people with a lot of trauma, and the
Yeah.
ways in which they cope with the trauma can be unhealthy. Angel
Yeah.
Dust's way of coping with it is undeniably unhealthy, and it really
Yeah.
doesn't help when this unhealthy coping mechanism is so glamorized throughout the entire show that jokes are being made about it constantly.
How is it glamorizing it for him to act hypersexual as a way to, like, protect himself? Like, he just out loud said that's what he's doing, and you still don't understand it. They say it out fucking loud, with no ambiguity, and you still don't understand it. What is happening?
Instantly. Let me make this very clear. This is not okay. Self-destructing is not how you deal with trauma. It will only make things worse.
No shit, bro, it's not supposed to be okay. It's supposed to be bad. Everything we're seeing is supposed to be bad. What is the matter with you?
I'm saying this because it's very obvious the show is afraid to explicitly say it. And I know that hearing—
He just explicitly— I was just complaining that he explicitly says it. That he stands there going, I act like this so I don't have to hurt so much and so I can deal with the hell that's my life. And if I ruin myself, maybe Valentina won't want me anymore. Like, he says it out loud and you showed it on screen and you still don't understand. How do you do this?
hearing me say it does not mean that it's easy to change, because I get that it's hard. But when shows like these that glamorize these unhealthy coping mechanisms start to get popular and more people start seeing—
Are you gonna complain about Loser Baby? Are you gonna complain about Loser Baby and you're gonna misunderstand Loser Baby too? Even if you don't, I'm gonna go over that. But are you gonna misunderstand Loser Baby? Because I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
then people will start to have this idea that this is normal, and it's not. The show is more comfortable showing the act actually happening while adding sparkle on filters in order for people to make scene compilations of angel dust slain.
Okay, because people make YouTube comps out of it, the show and its message are bad just because these fucking retards misunderstood it as badly as you.
Angel Dust opening up about his abuse and his unhealthy coping mechanism is fine on its own, but when you follow that up with another musical number, then it sort of cheapens those serious moments.
It's a musical, dude! You don't like musicals. Cool. You don't like musicals. You don't understand how musicals work. That is fine. The show is just not for you. It's a musical. Musicals tell their story and their character development through the fucking songs. It's not like Disney movies where they just interrupt the fucking plot with a song that doesn't go anywhere. Actual fucking musicals, and this operates like a stage musical. I say you could watch Hazbin Hotel all in a row, all 3.5 hours, and you basically have a full stage musical. That's how it works. The song is important for both of their character development. The song establishes that they now understand each other and have become friends, and possibly more than friends in the future. You know, so... What?
Loser Baby isn't as bad as Poison, but it's still really tone deaf. It's another—
No, it's not! You're just a moron! Let's see what they say, she say. Let's see what they say.
Beat song, except this time it's about how your abuse isn't unique and you need to stop whining like a bitch and find company in other people who are in the same situation as you.
Okay, so... anyone who doesn't understand Loser Baby, I just have to assume has had a very comfortable life. What should Husker do? Should Husker give Angel Dust a bunch of platitudes about how everything will be okay, it'll all get better in the long run? Because they both know that's not fucking true. They both know they're in inescapable, shitty situations. So what Husker gives Angel Dust is acknowledgement and commiseration. It's, hey, we're both in these impossible to escape shitty fucking situations with no light at the end of the tunnel, but we have each other. And we can make something out of that. And we can talk to each other, and relate to each other, and commiserate with each other, and support each other. Oh no, terrible, like, people in terrible situations, imperfect, fucked up people in terrible situations finding community with each other. How terrible! You know?
What a great message to send. It doesn't even work.
It is, though. Maybe it doesn't work, like they're both smiling.
What a great message to send. It doesn't even work in this show's context, because it's comparing Angel and Husk's situations like they are at all similar. I'm sorry.
They're both in demonic contracts that they can't get out of. So yes, their situations are similar.
But Angel Dust being forced into sexual actions against his will is not the same as Husk betting all on black and losing. I know what you mean.
They're both contracted to a powerful demon overlord with no way out. That is why they can relate to each other. This isn't that hard to understand.
Maybe thinking, and no, I don't hate musicals. Hazbin Hotel is just a bad musical. End of—
You clearly hate musicals. The music in fucking Hazbin Hotel is killer as shit. You don't understand how musicals work. You go, oh, the plot just got interrupted by a song, which cheapens it. The songs are the plot in a musical. You don't understand how musicals work. Tell me what your favorite musicals are right now, Limus in the video who can't respond to me. If only they, she, whatever, was still in the chat. You tell me what your fucking favorite musicals are and I could judge you. Anyway, so we're gonna watch Loser Baby. gonna watch Loser Baby now. I want to see if there's a bit with the conversation they have ahead of time. No, that's just the song starting right out. Here we go. Here's them talking.
I was an overlord once, you know? Yeah. And,
No, this is
It was
after
nice to have
Angel
that
Dust's
power.
breakdown. That's fine. Let's see if we can just find the... Oh my god, it's someone actually doing Jackson Pomni Loser Baby. Holy fucking shit. Why did I not know about that? Let's see. I'll let the supers go while I look for this.
Roodle03 sent a super chat. Half of the adult American population reads at a 6th grade level or below. That should explain a lot.
Yeah.
Izanagi009 sent a super chat.
Here we go.
Very late to the stream, but my general feeling is that there can be legit discourse to be had, but the bad faith causes problems for it.
This is the thing. We could talk about these shows, we could critique these shows, we could criticize their writing, whatever. But we have all these bad faith little idiots who just hate a female showrunner. Just making shit up about the show and willfully misunderstanding it.
Jake Batterson sent a super chat. Hazbin's writing proved that filler is needed, otherwise it becomes a bloated mess.
I mean, I disagree, but I do think okay, Hazbin Hotel's biggest problem is pacing. It is pacing. The pacing is kind of bad. But, like I said, if you watch it all in a row, all 3.5 hours, it's kind of like a stage musical. But yeah, they were trying to put in way too many characters and concepts because they didn't know if they were going to get a second season. I understand that. I think there's a lot of stuff they probably should have just fucking cut. We probably didn't need Rosie. We probably didn't even need Carmilla. We probably didn't need a lot of things. You know, you probably gotta rearrange some of this. But I think because now that the show is such a fucking huge hit, the second season will probably have more breathing room. They'll probably be guaranteed another, like, 2 or 3 seasons, so they have a better time to plan. I love Rosie, but she's a little superfluous to the story. We probably could have skipped Cannibal Town, is all I'm saying.
All to count for the lulz sent a super chat. Finally someone WHO understands the poison scene. I am so glad you get it. Vivi so overhated. Can PPL leave her alone? It's actually getting ridiculous.
This has been driving me crazy for a long time, and it's my stream, and I talk about whatever I want on my stream.
Hiran sent a super chat. Ran into the point face first and still missed high tea.
No! Like, how do you do that? Unless you're being dishonest.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. Yeah, I've made it a point to treat Viv crit like old Steven U crit. Every good point is surrounded by like 20 cases of why doesn't the show just completely swerve to my specific morality and wants.
I keep saying, it's just the SU hatedom, reheated in the fucking microwave, that's all it is.
Kaimuet Isbel sent a super chat. Making it comedy equals glamorizing it, BERO media literacy.
Yeah, and like I said, Hazbin and Helluva are kind of like BoJack Horseman, where you have these deep, sincere moments, but you're also not entirely supposed to take these characters 100% seriously all the fucking time. You know, like...
Moved Accounts sent a super chat. It's a loss like Limus grew up on Lily content. Thoughtful face emoji.
No, I think it's just to have a hot take and not really think too critically about what the fuck you're saying. A lot of people seem to do that these days, so...
Dragon of Street Prison sent a super chat. This is slowly killing me like carbon monoxide.
A carbon monoxide, slowly killing me.
Luke Flute sent a super chat. No one tell them about Sweeney Todd.
At least watch it on the stage. Please don't watch the fucking Helena Bottom Carter and Johnny Depp one. Jesus.
Forbidden sent a super chat. Imagine saying a song with the lyrics "Excuse yourself" is telling you to stop whining. Still more charitability than most of these people.
We will watch Loser Baby. Don't worry, we'll get there.
Zeta Ridge 7 sent a super chat. Alastor, have I told you the definition of insanity? Well, do you punk? Direwolf 181 sent a super chat. Making bonds with other abused PPL is healthy FNA.
Yeah, it is. Like, you can't expect people to recover and get better all at once, especially if they're still in their shitty situation and can't get out of it. But how dare people in shitty situations have friends? Oh no!
Random YouTuber number 4831 sent a super chat. Thank God. You actually understand the show and what it's trying to say. This is a breath of fresh air.
Because I have media literacy. I have an editor brain. Like, my brain just starts automatically analyzing stories. I can't even stop it if I tried.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Would love to see what these people make of Avenue Q.
The internet is for porn. The internet is for porn.
Weak Freak Animation sent a super chat. Slimeball has full-on media dyslexia.
Media dyslexia. I think you have dyslexia as well.
Hiran sent a super chat. With the way Alastor controls Husk, one could argue that he's being labor trafficked as a parallel to Angel's sex trafficking.
Yeah, you could argue that, yeah. I don't even know why he keeps Husker around, to be honest.
Odothdoll2 sent a super chat. This is like people in the 70s complaining that Life of Brian is blasphemy even though the point is that Brian isn't the Messiah.
I keep saying that a lot of these Zoomers today are like 1 million moms with blue hair. They don't even realize that they're exactly like the Christian media watchdogs of the 90s, and they say as equally ridiculous and puritanical things. It's astonishing. This is what happens when you live too long.
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. Why the fuck are you whining about other people's valid criticisms of Hazbin? Why not make a vid yourself about your own opinions instead of reacting?
Because I am best reacting and I am best live. I have trouble writing scripts, so I am better just talking off the cuff about things I'm reacting to, Sabine. That's my whole style. Also, I did make a video. Go watch my April Fool's video.
Not Here sent a super chat. Bane voice, do you feel in charge?
Do you feel in charge, Batman? I don't know why I did the Tom Hardy one. I hate that one, but...
Weedman Machine sent a super chat. Thanks for taking us back to 2007 with the stream quality but I gotta go bye.
Yeah, well, it's an aesthetic, okay? I'm vaporwave today, alright?
Space
Shut up.
_Prince, son with face emoji, sent a super chat. Sorry to Lork, but Ayunya cut down the Lily Orchard doesn't understand Hazbin Hotel. Sent a super chat. Limus is making the same mistake a lot of people make, where they project their own drama onto what they watch without thinking about the context.
Okay, so I did start cutting down the Hazbin streams a while ago, but I was cutting them down when I was still with Adobe Premiere, and then I switched to Vegas, and the first stream has really, really bad audio, and I'm still kind of working on them. I was planning on putting out the Yandere dev ones next, but now I'm also having trouble with YouTube Studio, which is not loading for me on desktop, and I have to wait for YouTube to get back to me and fix it. Luckily, I was able to schedule streams through OBS, so thank fucking God for that.
LKC sent a super chat. Wade so pumped up kicks is fine even though the message is even more buried in the lyrics? I was confused what it meant for years.
Yeah, but the other thing too is like a song in a musical is different than a song for the fucking radio, where songs for the radio could be a lot more ambiguous, whereas a song in a musical has a purpose, has a plot purpose. It's telling you the fucking story, and it's telling you the characterization. That is what songs and musicals are fucking for.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Oh, wait, have you not seen those animated music videos? Da Young is fantastic.
No, I have. After I found out about her, I went back and watched some of her older stuff, and it is very impressive. I mean, even back then, she was doing very, very impressive animation. She's very talented.
Space _Prince, son with face emoji, sent a super chat. I'm not a big fan of HH, but most of that comes to personal taste. I can lie that a lot of the discourse is kind of stupid.
Yeah, it's okay if the show's not for you.
Sent a super chat. I use this money to spread Six the musical propaganda. You all should watch it right now.
Well, you guys heard the super chat.
The cryptid in question sent a super chat. I feel like Linus would misinterpret Hold Them Down in Epic, the musical, even though Antinous is clearly meant to be a terrible person that we're supposed to hate.
I'm sorry, but it's just really funny when people typo Limus's name as Linus, and I'm just picturing Linus from Peanuts.
Wonder Platinum sent a super chat. Here's $2 for that Tom Hardy impression.
Thank you. It's just a Sean Connery impression with my mouth covered. Anyway, so let's get some context of the actual fucking conversation these two have. Alright?
That fucker put something in your drink.
You don't think I can tell if someone spikes my drink? I do this all the fucking time.
You just let people drug you all the time?
You think I ask for it? I don't ask for any of this shit. I didn't ask to be this way. I didn't ask for Charlie to save me. I didn't ask for you to save me. I can handle myself.
Really? Because I just saw someone self-destructing. It seems like I don't know. You might need a bartender to talk to.
So, now you're gonna act like you give a shit about me? You think after how you treated me, I'm gonna open up to you? Please.
Maybe I'd treat you better if you were real and not some bullshit version of yourself, always pushing my boundaries. Let me tell you, nobody in that hotel cares who you are, how famous, how hot. So you might as well just cut the act.
It's not an act! It's who I need to be. And this is my escape. Where I can forget about it all, how much I hate everything. A place where I can get high and not have to think about how much it hurts. And maybe, if I can ruin myself enough in the process, if I end up broken, I won't be his favorite toy anymore.
Like, wonderful performances by Blake Roman and Keith David here, but this dialogue is so fucking on the nose. How can you misunderstand this? They are just dictating the character development to you and the character motivation to you. They are just telling it to you out loud. How do you misunderstand it?
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. Silence Sabine, I'm the real Sabine.
Yeah, the real Sabine is here, fake Sabine. Pfft. Prove you're the real Sabine, by giving me $100. And I don't mean real fake Sabine. I mean real Sabine. Anyway.
John Williams sent a super chat. Furry Spawn dropping some hard facts.
Yeah, but again, this is like so fucking on the nose, man. Like, God.
Sam I am sent a super chat. I just got here and already the Kresge Grab is on fire. What the hell? Get it? Is going on?
This is Patrick. Anyway, so we're gonna watch Loser Baby, because it's amazing. We'll watch the sing-along version. I'm probably gonna sing along to it and be completely out of sync, but who cares?
So things look bad and your back's against the wall. Your whole existence seems fucking hopeless. You're feeling filthy as a dive bar bathroom stall. Can't face the world sober and dopeless. You've lost your way. You think your life is wrecked. Well, let me just say you're correct.
Wait, what?
You're a loser, baby, a loser, goddamn baby. You're a fucked up little whiny bitch. You're a loser just like me.
Thanks, asshole.
You're a screw.
There, I'll stop now.
Loser and only one-star reviewer. You're a how about a Mac rock bottom.
Sure, it was terribly out of sync.
Company.
This is supposed to make me feel better?
There was a time I thought that no one could relate to the gruesome ways in which I'm damaged. But letting walls down, it can sometimes set you straight. We're all living in the same shit sandwich.
There's the message.
I sold my soul to a psychopathic freak.
And you think that makes you unique.
Get out of here, man. We're both losers, baby. We're losers. It's okay to be a
coked up dick sucking hoe.
Baby, that's fine by me.
I'm a loser.
Damn that falsetto.
Loser and a dummy, but at least I know I'm not alone.
You're a loser just like me.
Okay, maybe we won't play the whole song just so we don't get copyright struck, but the message is very clear. Husk is being real with him and offering him acknowledgement and commiseration instead of empty platitudes. Sometimes that's what you need. That's the point. We're all living in the same shit sandwich, but we can at least be together and support each other. That's what this song is about. For fuck's sake. It is not that fucking hard to understand. Let's watch just the ending, though, because it's really fucking funny. And it's cute. And it's cute.
It's time to lose your self-loathing. Excuse yourself, let hope in, baby. Play your card, be who you are. A loser, just like...
There he is! They're fucking singing!
They're fucking singing?! Actually, if you like if you like Husker and Angel Dusk as a ship, I'm going to promote something right now. The Overlord Husk AU by my friend Celestial Alpcaron. She's been working on this for a while. This is her new project. She's ditched Diamond Spinel and Security Malware Breached for this. But this is her. So in this AU, Husk is still an Overlord, and Angel Dust is basically his arm candy. He rescued him from Valentino in a bet. So there you go. That's the whole AU. I wonder if she has it on Tapas. She never uses fucking Tapas, idiot. Lots of people have dubbed it already. Oh, Cougar's dubbed it, of course he has. But yeah, if you're familiar with this is my friend Celeste, who used to do the Diamond Spinel AU, if you're familiar with that. She works on that. This AU of hers has gotten so popular. People have been cosplaying it, which is a sign of success, I believe. So, but yeah, she's done a shit ton. Oh yeah, here we go. There's one. Honestly, she'll kick my ass. She'll kick my ass if she hears me say this. But I think Celeste is becoming a better artist than me. Oh no, Skrilla's here. She'll tell on me. But yeah, if you like that, if you like them as a ship, go check out this AU. You'll probably like it a lot. We're still not done with Limus's fucking video.
Sent a super chat. Honestly, when Vivzie made the pilot, I remembered all the arcs back on DeviantArt, and all I could think was, son of bitch, she did it. Honestly, yeah. Should be inspiring.
But again, she has worked her fucking ass off to get where she is, and all these fucking jealous bitches who think just making art online is gonna make somebody discover them and give them a show are just fucking delusional.
It's Wes sent a super chat. So on the nose, and people still miss the point.
I know!
Subtext is dead.
Like, did you watch with your eyes closed and your fingers in your ears, or are you just being dishonest because you want to hate this show and the person who made it?
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. You're not a good critic. You're a 40-year-old fangirl.
Well, that's just your opinion, man, and also you just gave me $2 bucks.
Not here sent a super chat. Sometimes you need J. Jonah Jameson telling you suck it up, and barrel through the world.
My God, Keith David would be a good J. Jonah Jameson if it didn't have to be J.K. Simmons. It could be Keith David for sure.
Sent a super chat. Let me be clear, I was signing along the whole time.
Yay! We will do a karaoke stream one day, guys. I promise.
Shisa4293 sent a super chat. I think Viv made Angel's dialogue on the nose because people were already misunderstanding Angel's character from the pilot.
Probably, but I feel like they also didn't have anywhere else to put it in the show because then they had to go focus on the whole plot line with Charlie going to heaven to try to talk them down from exterminating everybody, and then she meets Emily, and then blah, blah, blah. There's so many fucking characters, you know?
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. Here is a $100. United States dollar emoji. Ka-ching.
Right there. That was definitely a $100 super chat. That's the real Sabine, not that fake one.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. To just say it unmistakable. Nobody needs empty poor baby platitudes. A lot of people just need to know you understand. Solidarity heals more than thoughts and prayers.
And that's what Loser Baby is. It's fucking solidarity from another person in a shitty situation. Why do you hate that? Is what I'm asking.
Bylonic sent a super chat. We all are Sabine.
They're all Sabine. I'm Sabine. You're standing up like I'm Spartacus. And I just realized I haven't even, been showing my drawing. I haven't gotten a lot of drawing done because I've been flailing my arms in anger. It's probably a good thing I'm not a camera-facing person. If I ever get a VTuber, I need working arms to show how much I fucking hand talk. Anyway, let's, now that we've dispelled what Limus has said about both Loser Baby and Poison, let's hear the rest of the video.
Of story. If I need to show how to properly handle serious moments in a story while still being musical, then we need to talk about Rent.
Rent? 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 The jukebox musical Rent? You're comparing it to a jukebox musical! I just... My inner theater kid just died. Hey, Cats is actually good, okay? I'll die on that hill. But Rent! You're comparing it to fucking Rent! Holy shit! I can't. Let's see where they're going with this.
Rent is a musical from 1994 that had a 2005 film adaptation with the original cast. The musical is about a group of bohemians who struggle with their life in 1989 America, facing conflicts with their own personal struggles of finances, sexuality, and addiction. One of the topics to
I may have misspoke. I don't know if Rent is a jukebox music, but a jukebox musical is when they make a musical out of existing pop songs. And I fucking loathe them. They make me unreasonably angry for some reason. I just don't like them. But yeah, Rent in my high school was called the White Kids Musical!
musical does a really good job at handling is
No, I do mean the stage production of Cats. The stage production of Cats knows what the fuck it is. Don't go by the movie. Don't go by the fucking movie. You need to have people in those fucking 80s-ass costumes crawling around on stage like cats to understand it, okay?
is the AIDS crisis in America. There's a song early on in the film where one of the main
Yes, Mamma Mia is also a jukebox musical, yes.
characters
So is Moulin Rouge, actually.
the name of Roger, sings about his remaining motivations with writing music. One song, Glory, is an emotional plea from the perspective of Roger, who grieves for his girlfriend and himself after they were both diagnosed with AIDS.
Someone in chat says, doesn't Lindsay Ellis have a video with over 3 million views on why Rent sucks? Probably.
Brought on by their drug abuse. In 1989, having AIDS is basically a death sentence. At this point in the story, Roger's girlfriend killed herself as she couldn't handle living with it, and Roger...
You know, if you want to talk about, like, a thing that talks about, gay people and AIDS, why didn't you pick Angels in America, Limus, instead of fucking Rent?
sings about wanting to leave an impact on the world and to not feel as though he lived for nothing, wanting to go out in a blaze of glory with just one song. It's this motive that pushes him throughout the film to write that one song to leave behind when he inevitably dies from his AIDS. The song is one of the best examples of how to handle serious topics in a musical setting. It's a dramatic and intense song that fits the themes of not just the lyrics, but the film as a whole. Throughout it, Roger pushes away his love interest, not because he doesn't share the same feelings, but because he doesn't want her to fall in love with someone who is living on borrowed time. The musical isn't afraid to tackle heavy subject matter, and the way it goes about it is impactful and respectful at the same time. It's a really good film, and I definitely recommend watching it.
Okay, you barely said anything about it or how this relates to Hazbin Hotel, unless you're about to say that.
It also failed to make a profit in the box office.
Because it sucks! That's why! Oh my god. You know what's really like Hazbin Hotel? Hairspray! What are you even talking about?
Office. Hazbin Hotel wants to have serious subject matter, but it also wants every song to
Actually,
be
Hairspray would have more in common with Hazbin Hotel than Rent does.
something to dance to. And in most cases, you can't have your cake and eat
Not
it
fucking something to dance to! You didn't listen to the lyrics or pay attention to the visual storytelling. That's your fault.
too. In no way am I saying that Roger from Rent and Angel Dust have similar struggles, but I bring up Rent as an example on how to handle serious topics while still maintaining a musical formula. Having a character like Angel Dust and giving him an abuse storyline while not taking it seriously by adding musical numbers like Poison, and then having somebody who finds the
How do you know it's not taken seriously when you stopped watching after this episode by your own admission and didn't even finish the show? How can you definitively say that? Just because you fundamentally misunderstood the point of Poison, and then stopped watching and never finished the show, and then made this video. Like, come on.
The abuse from Valentino to be hot, storyboard your musical number. What it ends up doing is creating a parody of itself that hammers in this idea that being a survivor of abuse is girly pop or slay. Suffering does not create better
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard anybody say in any of these reacts. Holy shit. I was so on limits because I had to show everybody Loser Baby and Poison in context.
people. It just creates suffering. And I know for a fact that it is not Vivziepop's intention to create a character like Angel Dust in this manner.
Because
but it doesn't change
didn't.
the fact that it still happened, and this is the character that is being praised and looked up to. Abuse is not something to be fetishized, and being a survivor of it is not an aesthetic, nor is it as glamorous as the show tries to make it look in musical numbers. It's something that sticks with you for the rest of your life. It never goes away. Hazbin Hotel is a show that comes so
Vivziepop is a sexual assault survivor. You don't think she knows that, Limus? That's pretty fucked thing to say, man.
close to expressing that point, but it fumbles it in every single way possible. Everyone has their own way of coping with abuse, but the show acts as though there is nothing wrong with how Angel Dust copes with his abuse.
how does it act like there's nothing wrong with it? How? We're showing all of the negative impact it has on him. He says out loud the negative impact it has on him, and you still don't understand.
Abuse. Loser Baby has proven to me that the show does not understand why this is an issue.
That comment has proven me that you just don't understand these themes or the songs, you didn't listen to the lyrics, and you just don't know what you're talking about, and the show is not for you. That's what this is telling me.
I am tired of people talking about Angel Dust like this is the best.
And I'm tired of people acting like you can't have commiseration with someone who can just admit how everything sucks. Everything sucks, but we can be okay together. That is a message people need sometimes. When you're in a shitty situation that has no hope and you're just given terrible little platitudes like, oh, it'll be okay, it'll all work out somehow, just keep on a tough face and things will get better when you know they're fucking not going to. And being told that stuff just makes it worse.
Best way to write an abuse victim, because it's not. Angel Dust is a poorly written character that reinforces negative gay stereotypes, while at the same time being a harmful representation of what it's like to be a survivor of abuse. If we have gotten to the point where scenes of clear fetishization and romanticism is viewed as powerful representation,
except it wasn't either of those things, you're just media fucking illiterate.
then the indie animation scene is in desperate need
and you just want to be mad at the show and its creator. That's what this really comes down to. You just want to hate on the creator of this show, because raisins. Because whatever fucking motivation you have to hate Vivziepop and her success. That's what this is about.
Paradigm shift. Because this is not how abuse survivors should be written in the future. Hazbin Hotel and Angel Dust should be viewed as an example of what not to do when it comes to that.
This is why you don't work professionally.
This was not an easy video to make, but I want to end it off by saying that if you enjoyed Hazbin Hotel and Angel Dust as a character, that's fine. I don't want you to walk away from this thinking that your opinion is less than mine. People have their own reasons for liking media.
Except this whole time you were like, well, I am an abuse survivor, so my opinion means more than the other abuse survivors who made this. That has been your whole fucking argument.
And the discourse surrounding the show and the harassment that people receive just for liking it is unacceptable. You can have your reasons for disliking a show, but people can also have their reasons for liking it as well. Everything that I have said in this video is in relation to my own personal life, and I criticize the show because I want to see it improve in a second season. I want it to give me a reason to keep watching, not for it to give me a trauma relief.
Again, well, you didn't keep, you said you didn't keep watching. You said you stopped watching after episode 4. You literally only watched half the show. And why does it need to give you a reason for you to keep watching? It's just not for you. It's just not for you. That's okay. You don't have to like every popular thing that comes out. That's fine, but it doesn't have to bend over backwards to your personal taste, because you're not the main character. I mean, God.
Relapse and feel disgusted by it. Writing this video and revisiting this show was difficult for me, but I can still recognize that this show—
Revisiting the show, did you actually finish watching it then? You didn't mention that if you had at all.
Connected with a lot of people, and in many cases, even helped them. And I'm not going to be denying that just because I have a different experience with it. All I hope
I'm not going to be denying that, even though I was denying that this entire time.
to do with this video is give people a broader perspective on why people may not like the show. And I hope I did that.
You certainly did not do that, because that was some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, how do you watch a scene with two characters telling you the fucking theme out loud and still not understand? Let's watch that again.
Put something in your drink.
You don't think I can tell if someone spikes my drink? I do this all the fucking time.
You just let people drug you all the time?
You think I ask for it? I don't ask for any of this shit. I didn't ask to be this way. I didn't ask for Charlie to save me. I didn't ask for you to save me. I can handle myself.
Really? Because I just saw someone self-destructing. It seems like, I don't know, you might need a bartender to talk to.
Oh, so now you're gonna act like you give a shit about me? You think after how you treated me, I'm gonna open up to you? Please.
Maybe I'd treat you better if you were real and not some bullshit version of yourself, always pushing my boundaries. Let me tell you, nobody in that hotel cares who you are, how famous, how hot. So you might as well just cut the act.
It's not an act! It's who I need to be. And this is my escape, where I can forget about it all, how much I hate everything.
Like, he just says it out fucking loud in plain English and you still don't understand. How it's almost impressive. How do you manage that? Jesus. Hopefully the other videos I have in my playlist will be a little lighter than what we've gone over now. Let's let some supers come through before I move on to the next one. We'll at least watch this character design one. And we'll maybe get to this Alastor problem one. I don't know if I'll have time for this other one here, because we've already been going so long, and I started late because of all these internet issues, and the stream is at 240p, and it's bothering me because I'm a perfectionist. Anyway. It's like my backstory out loud.
Sent a super chat. I'm a gay man and eat Husker dust all the hell up.
I'll go read my friend's AU then. You will fucking love it.
That MXX and Witch Health sent a super chat. I'm realizing through the stream that I simp for Husk.
Oh, I love Husk. I expected Husk to be my favorite character because he's a curmudgeon with a heart of gold voiced by Keith David. How could he not be my favorite fucking character? But then, I ended up really liking Alastor to my own fucking surprise because I did not like him in the pilot. I don't know if it's the voice actor or the writing changed, but he's like fucking awesome now. I was like, why is the Tumblr sexy man my favorite?
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. Husker dust is my ope. Yes, me. Sabine Brown.
You heard that, man. Sabine has a single W, standing Husker dust. That was definitely the real Sabine right there.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. I'm Sabinicus.
Sabinicus! Oh, it's like a bigger Sabine. It's like a fused Sabine. It's like 4 Sabines on top of each other, made of Sabines.
Salty Spittoon sent a super chat. Off top, how do you make your BGS? My artist weakness. Pensive face emoji.
As you can see, I am currently tracing over a 3D model. I, too, am not very good at backgrounds. When I did the first 2 pages of this particular comic, let me open the very first page. You know what I did? So, I mentioned Celeste just now, who does the Overlord Husk AU. And, so what I did was I batted my eyelashes at Celeste and said, Celeste, can you draw the first page for me? Because it's all establishing shots. Please. And she did, because she's way better at backgrounds than me. So go talk to Celeste. Maybe if she starts streaming, you guys can ask her for background voice, because she's really fucking good at it.
The Mechanic sent a super chat. I'm not Sabine for the record.
We know you're not Sabine, Mechanic. Thank you for the super chat.
Jack Thorso sent a super chat. If there's time, there is a video by Galzi where they claim Fizz and Ozzy from Helluva Boss fetishize gay men. It's amazingly stupid.
Maybe we can do a part 2. We can do a part 2.
John Williams sent a super chat. Wait, this song was mocked in Team America with the parody Everyone Has AIDS song.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. I have a soft spot for Rent. But it sucks. Not a jukebox though.
Yeah, I had a brain fart and got it mixed up in my head with a different musical. It's not a jukebox musical, but it still sucks like one, so...
Charlotte Claire sent a super chat. Rent is the perfect example of how to mishandle very serious issues.
I know, right? And she's holding it up as like superior.
Marina Wilson sent a super chat. If they're not from the Bohemian region of Czech Republic, then it's just sparkling poverty.
I don't know why we started using the word bohemian to describe a particular lifestyle of almost hippie but more arty than hippie. I don't fucking know.
LKC sent a super chat. So their problem is that the songs are catchy?
I guess.
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. If I was 40 and doing this, I'd self-delete.
Well, I don't know if you've seen how many super chants, well, it's like a chant. It's a chant to me. I don't know if you've noticed how many super chats I got today, Sabine, but I think what I'm doing is pretty worthwhile.
Massa Mouse sent a super chat. Angel Dust could be a, though arguably weak, analog for Mimi.
Mimi? Oh, for
Igor
Rent.
Sent a super chat. This makes me embarrassed to be Gen Z.
You should be. You should be. I know not all of you are bad, but some of you are really fucking stupid.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. James Somerton also did a video on comparing a Rent and Angel in America.
Oh my god, no! No! Why would you do that? Unless it was saying Angels in America is better, but I don't trust. Well, it doesn't matter. It wasn't even James Somerton's words. He probably plagiarized somebody else's fucking article. And I actually don't even know if Limus is Gen Z. I'm just guessing. But I sense they are.
Mouse sent a super chat. Only a white person could criticize a musical for tempting the audience to dance.
Oh, they will be dancing, and next there will be fornication!
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. If a Cat's adaptations doesn't have the Rum-Tum Tugger and Mistopheles romantic tension, it is worthless.
It is. And also, they should
Elle
have just used
sent a
fucking
super
costumes
chat.
in that
you
movie.
can't have a serious message and be music to dance to. Hey yeah, misery. This is America?
There's plenty of songs like that. I mean, even Limus, they brought up 99 Luftballons, which is a very peppy song about a bunch of balloons causing World War III. You know?
Evie sent a super chat. Unpopular Hazbin Hotel opinion. Adam is my favorite character. Such a shitty person but so funny. Fingers crossed he returns for season 2 with a redemption arc. Alex Brightman is too good to lose.
Well, I mean, Alex Brightman's also Serpentious, you know, who, you know, is probably gonna appear in season 2. I don't want to give any spoilers, but, yeah, no, Adam is like a big Jack Horner type of villain, where how awful he is the joke, you know? Of course you can like him, because it's fiction, guys. It's fucking fiction. Villains are supposed to be enjoyable, because it's entertainment. Villains have a role in a story. Stories are not real life. Stories do not reflect real life. They can help us, you know, understand things about real life. They can help us work through things in real life. They can, you know, help us communicate with each other about real life. But stories themselves are not real life. They are contrived by an author. I don't understand how people don't understand this. Like, liking a villain doesn't make you a bad person. They are supposed to be entertaining. They are a character in a story. They're a fictional fucking construct. They can't hurt anybody in real life. And even people like them who do exist are not exactly the same as a villain in a story. I think these people spend too much time online reading fanfiction.
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. Homunculus Sabine Brown is not to be trusted.
That's right, Sabine. You had the best redemption arc, and now you're my friend, and you're warning me about the fake Sabine.
Gornoise Bulldozer sent a super chat. NGL, I'm not huge musical fan personally, but then again my tastes are very specific, like Venetian snares, have a HMH, and Grausenkiet.
There is a problem with people not understanding how musicals work. I remember when the Steven Universe movie first came out, people were like, I wanted to like it, but I kept getting interrupted by songs. And I pointed out to some people, I was like, well, you see, it's a musical. The songs are the story. If you go into it paying attention to the songs, knowing that they're telling you the story, you'll probably have a better experience. And I had a few people get back to me saying, oh yeah, that actually made the movie work better for me with that in mind. So yeah, it can be a medium problem where musicals just exist in their own fucking logic. And you kind of just have to go with it, you know? And if you can't do that, you're probably not gonna like musicals.
Rudel03 sent a super chat. Limus saying this before going to a convention wearing the thumbnail of her video and making a VA sign it is hysterical.
Yeah, that was some creepy shit. Like, I said that to Limus's face earlier, that was some creepy fucking shit. Let me find the picture. So Limus, the person we just watched, went to a convention in this creepy mask with this creepy cardboard sign, asking Helluverse VAs to sign it. Then got Alex Brightman to sign it, and, bragged about it online like it was some kind of endorsement for that video we just watched. That shat all over Alex Brightman's employer. So, yeah. What did he even write? Keep throwing CVATs? Okay. And like I said to Limus earlier, Alex Brightman was probably laughing about the weirdo in the weird green mask that came up to the booth afterward. Because again, I have been on the other side of the table at conventions. You are polite and courteous and professional to everyone who comes by. But yeah, they're gonna be laughing at the weirdos later. That's what happens. Sorry.
Dr. Theo sent a super chat. Got to the poison part of the stream, and all I can say is support indie porn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, it's just, porn in general is hard to justify to me. It is not a necessity, you know, you're not gonna die without it, you don't, you know, it's another thing we don't need people exploited for, you know, I'm just saying.
Phoebe Angela sent a super chat. Thanks for Vivziepilling me this stream. Never watched the shows, but now I'll be giving them a chance.
Yay! As we all know, my stream is also my evil, evil way to get people into the stuff that I like.
JJW Mizoon sent a super chat. Sigh, the Cats musical is fine, but the original poetry book by T.S. Eliot, Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats, is better.
You know what? I've never read it. I probably should, huh? Yeah, maybe I'll go buy that book and read it finally.
Chipmanly93 sent a super chat. Just goes to show, you can have your characters explicitly tell you what's going on, and some for still don't get it.
This is why you shouldn't worry about people who have no media literacy. It's their own fault that they get left behind and don't understand what the fuck they're watching. You shouldn't have to cater to these fucking people who are just too stupid even when you tell them the theme out loud to fucking accept it and get what you're telling them.
Kaimuet Isbel sent a super chat. How much for you to cover just a robot videos?
I mean, I could eventually. We could put him on the poll. What I would probably do is like his old media videos. I don't know. I mean, knowing what we know about him now. Oh, maybe if I could find Just a Robot's old SJW videos, that could be really funny.
Mr. Joe sent a super chat. Do you still have the Alastor toggle? Sigh?
It's part of voice mod, which I don't have an input for right now, and I'm afraid my stream is gonna explode. So unfortunately, no, I didn't put the Alastor toggle back on for this. I don't have the Alastor face in video mini right now either, so sorry.
Alana sent a super chat. These people would interpret The Shining as Kubrick promoting domestic violence.
How could Stanley Kubrick support child abuse and alcoholism with The Shining? How dare he?
Sabine the Homunculus sent a super chat. Miam is real Sabine the true Sabine.
Oh my god, there's a third Sabine, you guys. What do I do? How do I tell which is the real one?
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Rand also had a song about killing a dog for lols.
Yeah, that's definitely something you want to reference and say is good, yeah.
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. Oh no, the homunculus. It escaped.
It's like that one scene from The Witcher with the weird pimply little guy.
Random YouTuber number 4831 sent a super chat. I will say, the only person that comes close to Limus stupidity is the guy who said Adam was a misunderstood hero. Yes, that's a real video.
And it's not a joke? And it's not a joke? Because if someone did that sarcastically, that could be pretty... Because I've watched videos where it's like a joke video of, you know, Walter White did nothing wrong, you know, or Phospholite from Hoseki no Kuni did nothing wrong, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, those could be very funny videos. But if they're being like 100% real with that, the fuck. Yeah, maybe we're gonna have to do a... Maybe we'll do a part 2 that's more focused on criticisms of the show than Vivzie herself. We could do that as well. We could do a part 2 to this stream. We could do a little follow-up. I'm gonna have you guys vote between the last 2 I had on the poll next time, though. I have a feeling who's gonna win, and then we'll refresh with, like, another, like, 3 or 4 vote for React streams. That's what we'll do. So yeah, if you subscribe to me, you can vote in polls about what I react to next and what games I'm gonna play next, because I'm gonna be doing some gaming streams too.
Random YouTuber number 4831 sent a super chat. Nope. Not a joke, 100% serious.
Jesus Christ. That's incredible.
Lampass sent a super chat. What is this, a super Sabine bargain sale?
I'm Sabine, you're Sabine, he's Sabine. Is any more Sabines I need to know about? Anyway, so let's get to this character design one I accidentally started playing earlier.
So Hazbin Hotel and Helluva Boss are 2 shows that I'm quite vocal about my disdain for, at least to friends. There are many, many problems that these shows have that just make them very hard for me and many others to enjoy. From the characters constantly reverting to zero, to the shocking lack of maturity for adult shows, to the lackluster humor, etc., etc. There are a lot more problems that I could talk about.
See, I haven't pre-watched this video. I'm just expecting this person to make a lot of the same critiques of the art style that I hear a lot of other people make. So we'll see if they do. Otherwise, I'll just get into it on my own.
In length, but the one aspect I want to focus on for this video is the character designs. Now, Vivzie's art style itself isn't bad. I think the art in the 2 shows is completely fine, even if it's not my cup of tea. What I do have a problem with, however, is the way she designs her characters. Now, I'm not alone in that opinion. Her designs are very divisive, though I feel that many of the conversations that address the problems often have very pointless arguments, which is quite sad considering there are genuine issues that could be addressed. So this video will be me discussing what I see wrong in Viziepop's character designing philosophy and giving advice on how I think it could be improved. Before we start this, please keep in mind that all of...
Because, I mean, it is funny, because sometimes you see people on Twitter go going, I redesigned the Hazbin Hotel cast, and it's like the most ugly fucking designs that like would not be acceptable in a professional show.
This is just my opinion on the matter, and nothing I say is gospel, especially when it comes to something as subjective as art.
Alright, this person's actually pretty level-headed so far. That's a breath of fresh air.
I may be an artist who's been creating for almost my whole life.
Now, this person's got like a horror aesthetic style. That's pretty cool. I dig this. I like this one a lot right there.
But I'm by no means a professional, and you have no obligation to agree with me on anything I say. What I may hate, you may love, and vice versa. And that's perfectly fine. We all have our own tastes. I also want to say that this is not intended as an attack on Viv or to put her down. As much as I may dislike her work, it would just be pathetic of me to just treat her like some unfixable loser over fictional designs. When in
Take notes, Limus. Take notes!
reality, she's just a flawed artist whose fans deflect any criticism away from her ears. Hey, this is future Elgin here. I just need answers as to what the hell is going on. I see media exposing Vivziepop as a bad person, but then I also hear like the same amount of people saying that all the drama is over-exaggerated. Can someone just be the middle ground and tell me which one is more correct? Like, what the fuck is going on? This video is just meant to serve as constructive criticism in the hopes that maybe you guys, and by low chance Vivziepop herself, can learn from it and avoid any mistakes I point out in the future. Now with that out of the way, let's get to the main points.
Well, this person might actually be pretty fucking level-headed.
So to begin, we have one that's more of an issue of the medium that the shows are using, rather than the actual design quality. A lot of characters in the two shows either have lots of small unnecessary details, or an excessive amount of colors that clutter the design, examples of which being Husk with his small wing patterns, and Beelzebub with her absolute color vomit of a design. By the way, speaking of Beelzebub, I will talk about her in length a lot later, just to let you know, okay?
I might have to disagree.
This in turn makes for characters that can sometimes be hard to discern certain important features from, as there are a lot of things on the design that fight for your attention all at once. However, that is not my main issue with the overdesigning. My main problem is the fact that these overdesigned characters are used in animation. As someone who does animations from time to time, I can say with full confidence that it is a nightmare trying to make even simple characters move in a way that doesn't make me want to get neck kisses from a noose. Adding so many needless details to designs can leave the animators in a fight for their sanity whilst trying to make it look consistently good. If you intend on doing something like comics or just plain illustrations sprinkled in a book, then you are allowed more liberty with detail as you have way less stuff to draw. But if you want to make characters for animation, you need to restrict yourself to much fewer additions to the designs for the sake of removing workload from the animators, or else you'll just add more additional stress to a job that's already brutal and underpaid in the industry.
There's a video of someone who did Beelzebub's animation, and in pencil you can see that her design is not even that complex. Honestly. I'm going to be looking for that video off to the side.
Now this is where we get to the parts that actively hinder the quality of these characters substantially. Same body syndrome is the issue where many characters have the exact same body type, with the only two categories being boy and girl. Now, this particular issue isn't actually too present in Helluva Boss, as the body types do diversify quite a bit, and a lot of the times where they have similar body types actually makes sense, such as all the imps being short and stubby. That's completely fine. The issue does, however, have a massive presence in the main cast of Hazbin Hotel, which is really bad considering it's affecting the most important characters to the show. You've probably seen images of the primary gang as silhouettes and looking near identical to each other.
How? How do they look identical? These are all very clear silhouettes. These are good silhouettes, actually. Yes, they are. You can clearly tell who is who just by the silhouette. That is a good thing.
Aside from a few unique features on their heads, this is a major problem, just not for the reasons that most usually say. A lot of people say that it hampers diversity in the cast and makes them blend in a lot more. And while that is true, I feel that there's a much bigger problem at the hand. One of the biggest points I want to make with this video as I go on is that a character design is supposed to tell a story. It is supposed to tell the audience what kind of person the character is.
Yes. Well, you're kind of dictating it to us in your design. Like, how is anyone just supposed to see the robe and assume this character is of Eastern heritage? What does this actually tell us about them? You know, related to the dead. Well, that doesn't like the fucking stitching on the neck doesn't necessarily communicate that to me. You're making a lot of assumptions here.
Without them saying a word, and convey the story that is to be told with the character. The same body syndrome, especially with more stylized artwork such as Viziepop's, dilutes a lot of that visual storytelling, leaving a lot to be desired. When every character in the main cast is this anorexic twink, it is a lot more difficult to get a grasp as to what you want to convey with the design. Alastor, for example.
Yes, the characters are spindly, because do you know who Vivziepop's main influence is? Why, it would be Jonan Vasquez, who made Invader Zim. And this tends to be his style. I was reading Jonan Vasquez's comics before he even made Zim, so I'm like an OG fan, actually. So yes, this is her main influence. You can trace a direct line from Tim Burton to Jonan Vasquez to Vivienne Medrano. Like, seriously.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I just had to play the yeah, no, Vivzie again.
Is supposed to be this charming, yet threatening man, who's foretold to be a horrid danger if not dealt with carefully. And for that you would expect a much more healthy, confident, and maybe even strong look.
You saying Alastor doesn't look confident with the perma-smile on his fucking face?
But all that's washed away with his sticks for limbs. Lucifer Morningstar is the king of hell himself. Sure, a very cheery, soft, supportive dad version, but still king of hell and a fallen angel at.
So you're just saying her designs aren't like yours and you don't like that. Wow, imagine somebody depicting these mythological characters in a way they haven't been depicted before instead of just doing the same old thing. Oh, terrible. Yes, I'm sorry the stream isn't 240p. You're lucky you even got a stream today with all the technical issues I was having, okay?
That as well. You would expect a very big, intimidating, yet beautiful figure, and what we get is a malnourished circus ringleader. There's also a slight case of same face syndrome in both shows, as most characters either have a big, toothy smile that looks copy-pasted on everyone who has it, or just grumpy and edgy looking. There's a lot.
You say while showing no examples. Charlie has quite a number of facial expressions, if I recall. Let's just Google Charlie Morningstar. Oh yeah, somebody told me she was, like, inspired a bit by Jack Skellington. I was looking that up earlier. So she always looks so edgy, guys. She's always just got an evil smile on her face. She just never looks any other way. Of course, there's already, like, fucking NSFW in there. Of course there is. What an edgy girl. Look at her. So edgy. So fucking edgy. I'm gonna cut myself on all that edge.
More I could say on how poorly these designs convey the characters, but I will leave that for the next topic, which goes to it in a lot more detail and in a lot more ways. So this point is kind of a bunch of related points joined together, and it's also my biggest gripe with the designs by far. I could look past all the other problems and tolerate the designs were it not for the god-awful woobification of characters and overall poor conveying of them in both shows. To explain what I mean, let's take Beelzebub, probably the worst designed character of the two shows and the perfect example of this issue, and dissect her form bit by bit. So, wipe your memory. Forget everything you know.
I think I found the video that I'm going to use to respond to this too. Perfect timing.
Know about this character and treat this like you've never seen her before in your life. And tell me, what does this design say to you?
It says bee. It says honey. It says bee and honey to me. With a little jackal fox. Jackal fox bee. Yeah.
You, what does this design say about this character? If I had to guess, most, if not all of you, would not at all say the sin of gluttony. There is
because gluttony always has to be fat, even though gluttony isn't just about eating food. It's about overindulging in anything. That is the point. So basically his complaint is, she's not doing the stereotypical things everybody's already done to death a million fucking times. That's your complaint. That she did something new. You don't have to like it, but she did something new. Also, she looks like a bee because her name's Beelzebub. It's a joke.
Nothing about this design that tells you she is gluttony personified.
It tells me Viziepop is a fucking furry, alright? That's what it tells me.
And any part of her that tries is far too weak to convey anything meaningful. Gluttony as a sin is an insatiable lust for food that can leave you.
No, gluttony is not just food. Gluttony is not just food. Gluttony is not just food. Let me look up the fucking definition. What is gluttony? Gluten. Yeah, gluttony is the excessive or immoderate consumption of anything, often food and drink, to the point of waste or excess. Yes, it can be fucking anything. It doesn't mean she has to be fat, either. Why does she necessarily have to be fat? You want to just demonize fat people?
Eating your way to death if left unchecked. And all this design says to me is, athletic party girl just entering her 20s. To be fair, she's also written that way in the show.
She's a party girl, you know? People tend to overindulge at parties, so she's a party girl. Like, there's a logical through line here, dude.
But that's also a problem because, like, why the fuck would you write an ancient demon personifying a cardinal sin as some random high school thought, but...
You're basically just saying she didn't write it the way I would, and she's not doing the typical expected things with these mythological figures, even though they've been done to fucking death already a million fucking times. Like... So, okay, you don't like it. That's okay. You don't have to. But, like, you're complaining she didn't do the completely expected thing instead of doing something new. Why is that a problem?
I digress. Now, I have heard one argument where she looks that way because she's supposed to lure you into committing the sin by looking like this ideal version that doesn't suffer any of the...
Okay, well, that isn't in the show, though. Just because that's what fucking fans say doesn't mean that's the fucking intention of the creators, okay? People gotta stop getting that twisted, too.
...problems that the sins should cause. And you know what? I would definitely think of that as good character design. If that was the intent. You see, I don't actually believe that point to be the case because of one thing.
Again, you're going by what fucking fans say, and not the actual people who make the damn thing.
Viziepop gave an explanation of Bee being skinny because of her lava lamp stomach burning away any calories. And that would be just such a pointless thing to give an explanation to if all you were trying to do was just make her an ideal version.
Okay, well, she said an offhand comment like that. It's not in the show, though. So why are you getting angry at her just going, oh, she's not fat because her lava lamp belly burns it, ha ha ha. Like, so? Why is any of this an issue?
To lure people in, which is why I believe that that wasn't even the intention. Beelzebub is just poorly thought out in terms of her Beelzebub design, because the whole lava lamp thing in general is the only thing conveying anything close to gluttony, and it does such a pitiful job at it. She has no signs.
She's a side character. Okay, I thought he was gonna complain about her design and say, her design is so complicated, like a lot of people do, and I was gonna stick it to you, but I might still show the animation on her in pencil just to get people, you know, knowing how animation works, I guess.
Of being eternally hungry or being a deranged junkie like you would expect from a demon representing gluttony. And it just makes her feel like she was designed without her very character in mind. Another point I want to make, also using B as an example, is that she has absolutely no intimidation or disgusting nature, despite her high yet horrid status in hell.
Did you... Yeah. Okay, this must have been before the special came out. No, this is a month ago! Did you not fucking watch it? Of course you didn't. Okay, hang on. Helluva Boss. What was the name of that episode? Sweet as Candy? That's the name of the song, anyway. That's the name of the song. What's the full fucking episode? Okay, so she never has, like, a form that's, like scarier than what she looks like now? You didn't watch the fucking episode, did you? You just didn't fucking watch it.
Giving off a very not okay vibe, you know?
Oh yeah, and I bet you'd know the okay vibe, right? I mean, everyone likes you so much.
What's that supposed to mean? Is that a problem with sour cream? Don't follow me.
Yeah, she doesn't have a big demonic form, guys. Like all of them do. Every single one of the main sin overlords have a big fuck-off demon form. They just are smaller most of the rest of the time because it's convenient, probably. They all have transformations. We've seen Mammon do it, we've seen Osmodius do it, we've seen her do it. You can safely assume they all have big fuck-off demon forms. So, you didn't even watch the episode. She said, when did this come out? This came out a year ago! And your video is from a month ago! You had time to actually watch this! Instead of just bitching about the character design.
Hear of a higher ranked demon being the embodiment of a sin of any—
Oh, you're asking who Bee's voice is? It's Kesha. Bee's voice is Kesha. actually. She didn't get to sing the song because of legal reasons, because her fucking... Let's look up all the legal shit that happened to Kesha. She got completely fucking fucked over. I'm not even a fan of hers, but she got completely fucking fucked over. But no, that's Kesha.
I mean, everyone likes you so much.
What's that supposed to mean? Is that a promise on a sour cream? Don't follow me.
Sorry. Yeah. Nope. I'll check on him.
Sorry. Sorry. I know, I got a little spicy there. I just hope everything works out.
Yeah, she is a party girl. That's the fucking joke. What do you do at parties? You're overindulgent shit. You know? It's like, yeah. You don't like the creative choice. That's okay. That doesn't mean it's inherently a bad one. They're doing something different with an age-old thing. That's... I think Kesha was originally... Like, that episode took so long to come out because of Kesha's legal issues, and they had to have somebody else sing the song. I think she was originally planned to sing the song herself, but because of all the legal fuckery with her music label, she was unable to, unfortunately. It's sad, but she at least got the voice of the character still, and I think she is still the official voice of the character, so...
Any kind. You would expect something terrifying, a dangerous feeling, maybe even grotesque, depending on the sin. And yet, the Beelzebub and her fellow sins are extremely underwhelming in that.
I like how you just... Okay, so you seen the final episode, at least, with blah, 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 blah here, and Satan. So, you just made crummy stick figure versions of them instead of showing the actual designs to convince us that these are bad without actually showing them to us. That's... Oh, Kesha wrote the song as well, Sylvester is telling me. That's cool.
In that regard. None of them feel very horrid or powerful like they should, and rather just like another demon you'd see across the street. In fact, the sins feel very cutesy and woobified for what they're supposed to be.
It's just the style of the show, dude. And, you know, the whole thing with Hell in this series, and the whole Helluverse series, is that it's kind of representing outcasts, people who are on the fringes of society, people who are in bad situations and are kept in bad situations because of who or what they are, or because what their trauma has done to them. You know, if you're a whore, if you're homeless, people just go, well, that's what you are now. You're worthless to society. You stay in that bad situation. That's what it's about. It's analogous to real life people suffering mental illnesses, suffering being pushed onto the fringes of society, you know, so everyone in hell isn't all bad. That's why that's that way. Like, again, this is not that hard to fucking understand.
I've heard people saying, why are people hating on B? She's so cute. When that's the problem. I shouldn't find someone representing something so disgusting to be cute at all.
Yeah, okay, the show is just not for you. This is the problem we keep fucking running into. Anyway, I'm gonna show that video I finally found again. Oh shit, I just had it. Oh, here it is. I think this is the one. I think this is the one I was thinking of. Yes, I think this is it. So, a person who actually... Well, we gotta keep sarcastic Vivzie up. Hang on. A person who actually works on the goddamn show, showed a bunch of their rough animation a while ago, and part of it was B. Let me get to the B parts. I think these are, oh, maybe this isn't the, oh, yeah, here we go. Here's the B parts. So all these people are like, B is so overcomplicated. Vivziepop must just torture her fucking animators. Here's how the show is made. We're gonna look a little peek behind the curtain, guys. These characters are not as complex as you think they are. They're very shapy. They're very segmented.
I hope you didn't give it up.
Hey, but it's the truth. I'm not your lie. Let them eat cake, let them eat pie. Let them eat cotton candy. So keep making me that motherfucking honey. Brighter than the sun.
It's really high on all this tasty energy right now.
Now, see, this one's a good example because they use different colored pencil for each part of her. She's not that complicated. There's the head, there's the horns, there's the nose, there's the arms, there's the torso. It's really, like, with the color, it looks more complicated than it actually fucking is. And you know her blobby honey hair? Nobody had to animate that by hand. That was a fucking After Effects asset that loops automatically. Because we can do animation digitally now. How the fuck do you think this show is made? You know? It's done with digital effects in Toon Boom.
Tech says you don't get invited out much. I hope this itty-bitty get-together can serve as a fun first time. Is that a problem with sour cream?
We just watched this part.
Don't fuck with me.
Sorry, yeah. Nope, I'll check on him.
Oh, guys, that's how fucking animation works. Wow. Anyway.
Feels as if Vivziepop was just so scared shitless to draw anything genuinely ugly or creepy, and it only worsened their designs as a result. And this is the biggest—
What? You see people, like, getting their fucking heads kicked in all the time in these shows. What are you talking
issue
about?
with the characters in the show. The designs of so many of them convey nothing or just not enough of what they're told.
Okay, this guy started out kind of reasonable, but I'm starting to get the idea that you haven't actually watched either show. It's starting to feel like that.
To be, and it's only worsened by the fact that they're always drawn so cutesy or childishly, clashing with the supposedly serious, demonic tone of the story. Alastor—
Who the fuck says either of these shows are serious? They're comedies. Dude, they're comedies! Like, primarily, there's some dramatic moments, yeah, but every good comedy has some drama, and every good drama has some comedy. But overall, these shows are comedic. So what are you talking about the dark, demonic storyline? He hasn't watched it. Or they, or whatever you are. I don't want to make that mistake again. Whatever you fucking are, person, you haven't fucking watched it. It's clear by what you are saying.
Alastor barely looks like a serial killer or like a radio demon, and he's about as scary as the tiny lizards—
How does he not look like a fucking serial killer? Hang on. You didn't fucking watch it, did you? How does this motherfucker not look like a serial killer to you? Look at him! He looks like he eats babies for breakfast. We know he eats deer for breakfast, but come on! I love his gnarly fucking demonic design when he gets all spoopy. It's great. I fucking love this shit. Give me more. Feed it to me. I'm glutinous for this.
I see scampering across my kitchen. Lucifer looks more like he runs a circus than he does hell, and for a—
Wow! Lucifer and Charlie have a vaudeville circus look to them. You don't fucking say! We're gonna have to play Hell's Greatest Dad, too. Yeah, it's almost like the circus look is fucking intentional. My dude. And he's supposed to be a little goober. You know, Charlie gets it from somewhere. Charlie, our ever-positive Disney princess in hell.
Lucifer looks more like he runs a circus than he does hell, and for a fallen angel with the balls to go against his brethren, he looks frail and spineless.
So you didn't even watch the first fucking episode. This was a month ago, too. You had time to watch the show. You didn't even watch the first fucking episode that explained his fucking backstory, did you? Where he got blamed for hell because he gave humans free will by giving Eve the apple. You know, he was seen as a dangerous person because he thought outside the box. He's just autistic. Leave him alone.
Angel Dust's web of crime symbolism is such an obscure term to use that no one will understand without—
You think people don't know the term web of crime? You think they can't tell the dude who has a Tommy gun and a New York accent maybe had something to do with the mafia? What? This is just your own ignorance.
Using the wiki, and it's done so poorly that I just legit thought he was—
I'm sorry I gave you too much faith at the beginning of this video, Jerd Eldrin boy.
a fluffy guy and not even a spider. And Ozzy looks—
Some spiders are fluffy. I've heard he's meant to be a roost. Yeah, Vivziepop is a fucking furry. That is like... that is the explanation for a lot of these character designs. Vivziepop is a fucking furry. Okay? I don't exactly like it, but... I love Asmodeus, though. It's dude, it's what's-his-face from Hamilton. Oh, God, why do I always forget his name? As odious Helluva voice actor. What the fuck is his name? James Monroe Englehart. Him. Amazing voice. He's great.
And feels more like some passionate pole dancer I found on the street rather than...
He's the sin of lust. Why are you surprised? He looks like a pole dancer. What? So this one actually represents the sin pretty well, and you're complaining about that. Oh, a peacock, you're right. No, I think he is supposed to be a chicken, though.
Than a high-rank demon, representing the sin of the toxic addiction to sex itself. No one looks like how...
That is not how lust is defined in the show, and probably not in real life either. Lust doesn't equal sex addiction. Well, if it's taken too far, maybe, but... You're confusing me now.
How they are, with very few exceptions, and whatever presence they're supposed to have is watered down by how ooh-woo cutesy they are. Hey, this is future...
Oh.
Elgin here again, and I just wanted to give about 3 additions to the main point because I feel it's a bit incomplete without them. One being, I don't entirely hate these designs because they look good. They look great even. Like, they have really nice color theory, really great features and shapes. Like, they just look good. The only thing I hate is just how they're used, is how they're just really bad at portraying
Except you
the
haven't
characters
watched
that they're
the
trying
show,
to be. If
clearly.
they weren't for those things, if they were for something entirely original or just completely different, I think they would have been fantastic. It's just the story that they're used in that makes them a problem.
What's the story? You seem to think it's a dark, demonic story when it's fucking not. It's a fucking metaphor for fucked up people in fucked up situations. This happens to take place in hell, but even when we're writing about non-human characters, we're always writing about humans because that's our only point of reference.
Speaking of which, I also feel we should discuss a bit more about...
This is somehow hurting me more than the Limus video. This guy is just... I don't even know where you're coming from with this.
Context in which these character designs are used in. My prime example being Lucifer Morningstar. Now, while he is the king of hell, he's also meant to be this more modernized, soft-hearted version, and
like
as opposed to other depictions of him that we see most of the time. And he also has a daughter of all things that he loves and supports. And because of that, we should design him a bit differently to how we usually do it. Just because...
Yeah, why shouldn't somebody break from the mold of what is expected of these mythological characters and do something new? Why is that a bad thing? Why? Just because it's not to your personal taste? Because you like to do all this horror demon stuff? Okay, make your own show.
He's the king of hell does not mean that he has to look barbaric or like he's in flaming armor or like the final boss of a Soulsborne game. No, that doesn't work in the context
has a demonic
in which it's being
form,
used.
actually.
We can add stuff like suits, bow ties, or just make him look more friendly.
That's how you'd redesign him? To be Jeremy Jordan? I don't think that would work. That's literally what Satan looks like. Dude, that is literally what Satan looks like. That is just Satan. You just want him to look like Satan. They're not the same character.
General, so long as he
Yeah, Ozzy is a rooster. Get the joke? He's a cock.
Still looks like Lucifer. We can have a slightly subverted version of the source material so long as it still feels...
Source material? You mean like the Bible? Actually, Lucifer is not actually in the Bible. Lucifer is a misunderstood story about a Babylonian king that kind of got all AU'd by people in mythology, and then Paradise Lost got written and kind of did the whole Lucifer thing, and people have gotten confused with the Bible, but you know what I mean.
At least a little bit like the source material. Otherwise, we'll just have this completely new character...
So the source material, Paradise Lost?
that isn't at all like what we were originally trying to depict. It'll just have the original source material by its name and...
Who's we? You're not involved, little bro.
Only that. And that's the problem with Vivzie's character designs. A lot of the characters, especially some of the more religious-based ones like Lucifer or the Sins, just feel like their entire original source material was washed away and just added with new features that could have...
So what? So what? Who cares? It's a different take on things. People could do different takes on things. That's good. That's a good thing, instead of doing the same damn shit over and over again.
Worked if we just kept the sources. We could have added the suit and the hat and all the snakes and stuff to Lucifer if we didn't just wash away anything that made him feel like a fallen angel or like a king of hell. We could have given all the changes that the Sims had to them if they weren't washed of anything that made them look like the Sims. That's the problem. That is not good character design, because these are not the characters that we're trying to depict. These are completely new things that just have their names.
Yes, it's a completely new thing. It's a new take on the concept. Wow, it's just not for you. Oh well. Sorry, not everything is for you. That has been the theme of this stream.
That's not good. One last thing I want to discuss before we get to the final overview. It's just the fact that the transformations themselves just feel so goddamn boring. Like, for example, Luna gets a transformation in one of the latest episodes, and literally all that happens is that she just goes on all fours and gains a few extra eyes close to where her...
Yeah, she turns into a full wolf instead of a half wolf, half person, and she also has a human form. Why is this surprising? Also, the finale was great. I don't know why everyone was complaining.
Already existing ones are. And Alastor too, he just gets bigger horns and just grows a few feet. Like, that is...
Again, there's a little more to it than that. Let's look at a little bit more of the show, huh? Let's verify. Let's verify what this person's saying. Actually, let's put it on the big screen, just to really hammer it home. This is some of the coolest fucking shit you'll ever see.
Who are you?
Alastor! Pleasure to be meeting you. Quite a pleasure. I'm about to end your fucking life.
Nice voice. Don't you know jazz is for pussies? You really think you can take me on? A mortal soul is no match for me, edgelord.
You should know better than anyone what a soul can accomplish when they take charge of their own fate.
You think you're tough shit, huh?
I'm tougher than you. You lack discipline, control, and worst, you're sloppy.
And you...
Okay, so let's take a look at what just happened there. Yeah, he doesn't have a spooky demonic form, guys. It's just really, he just gets a little bigger. He just gets slightly bigger. He doesn't really have a scary, spooky, fucked up demonic form at all. There's nothing creepy in this show. No, it's all cutesy time. Like, you just didn't fucking watch it, man. Like, so obvious.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Sorry, guys, but those are the rules. Yeah. Bye!
Anyway.
So lame. You have whole demonic characters, and you do almost nothing with their transformations where they show their true colors or just get more aggressive. Like, if you're gonna do something demonic, give them eyes where they shouldn't be, like the fingers or the hands or the mouth and tongue. Give me fingers for teeth. Give me horns protruding out of the back so much that they look like a deranged porcupine.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Earlier on, you were saying that the little dots on Husker's wings were too much, and now you want animators to animate eyeballs popping out of fingers. Like, did you reread your script before you recorded this? Like,
give me wings replacing their eyes, or just putting them in the arms. Like, give me something, man. Like, this is the lamest possible outcome you could do with demonic transformations. You claim all these characters to be so badass or cool, and this is what you do with them? This is it?
It's a comedy. You're confusing what the fans say for what the show intends.
That's bullshit. I'm not gonna lie, that's bullshit. Also, I haven't slandered the angels enough. I've mainly just been talking about the demons. So, the executioners just look like some emo band boys. Like, what is this character design? This is awful.
That's fair, actually. They're
With
cool,
that,
though. I like them.
We've gone over all my main issues with the character designs, and can now make an overview of everything discussed. So from taking all the points and putting them together, one thing is very, very clear. Vivziepop is reluctant to use her own premise to its fullest, or in this case, even a decent bit. For story based in the...
Okay, well, that is fair. A lot of people just don't like the way these stories are told or what they focus on, and that's okay. But, like, again, it sounds like you just wanted a completely different show that you made up in your head, and you're just mad that it's not that. That's just irreconcilable. I'm sorry. It's not for you. It's just not for you. That's all there is to it.
Dimension of eternal suffering and agony. The characters feel very tame and underwhelming. None of the characters feel like real demons or angels because they're so watered down in terms of any of the ugly or horrid stuff that makes them that. So many.
Okay, so basically, she didn't do it the way I would do it, therefore bad.
Opportunities to make truly vile, demonic characters all went to waste as Vivzie just settled to make cutesy furries and scrunklies and passing them off as demons because they swear a lot or just have
they are
forms.
furries and
This
scrunklies,
doesn't
I'll
end
give you
at
that.
character designs either. The world building, the childish humor, and overall writing.
Again, what's wrong with furries and scrunklies, okay? Again, like I was saying earlier in the stream, I feel like us online people, us terminally online people, and us internet artists have a really bad bias against what we call the cringe DeviantArt OC style, because clearly it did well with the general public, because Hazbin Hotel made fucking gangbusters, and a lot of people watched it, and a lot of people liked it. A lot of people who had never fucking even heard of Vivziepop before, and don't know anything about her internet history, fucking loved it. And it made even me go, huh, maybe we're the problem? Maybe it's us. Maybe us online artists are just, we have our noses too close to this, and we can't see what the general public is feeling. It made me kind of reassess my own biases a bit, you know?
Paint this very sterile, safe version of hell and demons that ends up feeling more like some Broadway-style city than actual hell.
Broadway-style city, almost like it's a fucking stage musical, idiot!
It feels as if Vivziepop was only concerned about using hell because it was edgy enough to make her show seem mature, rather than because she actually was interested in reinterpreting.
She just likes it, man, and you know, I don't know if she was inspired by the version of hell in Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. I can fucking even find it. Oh, there's he's talking to Satan. I don't know if she was directly inspired by this, but I wouldn't be surprised if the city in hell was inspired by the city in hell in fucking Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, because one of her main influences is fucking Jonan Vasquez, and that's okay. That's fine. It's fine to be a fan of Jonan Vasquez and be influenced by him. It's fine. You know, even though he was very associated with Hot Topic in the late 90s. I know, okay? I know. And then he made Invader Zim. I know. I like Zim too, though.
The infernal realm in any cool way. This is why many people call Helluva Boss and Hazbin Hotel fanfictions of themselves, because they feel more like a shipper who's ignoring the dark undertones of the media they're using in order to just write about their favorite characters kissing.
Okay, you're saying there's no dark undertones in the fucking show about hell, though? I mean...
Which there's a lot of in the two shows. Heaven and hell are only those places by color and names alone, leaving us as...
Okay, I'm gonna show, like, the very first fucking song in the goddamn show that just contradicts every goddamn thing he's saying.
I can do this.
I mean,
somehow
again,
know.
the joke with Charlie is that she is an optimistic Disney princess in hell. That is the entire comedy of her fucking character. And we're gonna watch how the show depicts hell right fucking now, because this guy is an idiot and hasn't fucking even watched it. I don't care if you don't like the show, just actually fucking watch it to assess it, please.
Sing to them. That bitch is halfway down the street.
Is she?
Oh, she's dancing.
No. There's a warm fuzzy feeling that walks through the air. Every street's so revealing, it's hard not to stare. It's a realm so appealing, it beats anywhere. If you don't mind the smell, today is gonna be a fucking happy day.
No, didn't even show the whole damn thing, but yeah, the whole point of that song is she is running down the street with all this terrible shit happening around her while she sings about how great everything is. Because she's fucking delusional, and you're supposed to think she's delusional and overly optimistic. You are not supposed to think that Charlie's hotel idea is going to work. You are also, like the rest of the characters, supposed to underestimate her and think she is just out of her mind and is ignoring problems and is way too toxically positive. You are supposed to think that. Yeah, watch a little bit more of it, because it's funny. Erica, what's her name, fucking kills it as Charlie. She's so funny. She has the perfect voice. Yes, it is a parody of Belle going through the town, it is.
What is required, we all have our role. I'm not doing well.
Yeah, they don't have any dark tones on this show, guys.
If I can show them the dream I
So positive.
Those angels' minds are hard to change. Everyone can be redeemed.
Hi, Stephanie Bertitz. I really don't like your performance on this show. I'm sorry.
I can hear all their stories, the lost and displaced. And I know that they're more of an acquired taste. But if I open the door and I give them a place at my Hazbin Hotel, it'll be a happy day in hell.
So guys, do you have any feeling that you're supposed to take this fucking seriously at all? Do you have any implication that you are meant to take this fucking seriously and believe that Charlie and believe in what Charlie is doing?
The cocky shows to the cannibal town where they don't wear a frown. Cause holy shit, oh my gosh, why? Then
Yeah,
I
no
don't
dark
get
stuff
to
here.
know that
No gross stuff here.
inside in my eye. Cause I know I can spare them from heaven's genocide.
There's an endless trash fire that's burning my soul.
I'll get heaven behind my plans.
And it's a musical.
I could blow it, not this once in a lifetime chance.
Anyway, I think I made my point.
As the audience with an empty husk of what could have been. So the lesson I want you
You're right, Hughes. It does have the same energy as Good Morning Baltimore from Hairspray. God damn it, I compared it to Hairspray earlier as a joke.
guys to take from this video is that if you want to have a premise, commit to the premise. If you're going to set a story in hell, make the place feel like hell. If you're making a story, set
Did that
yourself
feel like hell to you guys? What do you think? I mean, the cannibals openly eating people on the street, did that feel like hell to you? The guy with a knife in his fucking eyeball, did that feel like hell to you?
more disgusting and vile, make the place feel disgusting and vile. A world isn't just to make the story have a vibe.
You
it's
didn't
also a
watch it.
stage that the characters
You
have to follow
clearly
the
didn't
rules
watch
of.
it.
And if you do just whatever you want with your characters without considering the world that they live in, you end up with an incoherent mess, with a world that doesn't know what it wants to be.
No, you just think it's an incoherent mess because it's not the show you want it to be. And it's okay that you don't like the show that it is. That is fine. But to be mad at it for not being what you want it to be is just fucking asinine. Oh, Limus is tweeting about me? Oh, good. I'm gonna get in trouble on fucking... on fucking Twitter today. Anyway, let's see if this guy has anything else decent to fucking say. I'm gonna speed you up to like 2 times.
And shapes itself around the characters rather than the opposite, like it should. Again, none of this is meant to be hate towards Vivziepop. As mean as I might have been during this review, I'm only doing it to show
doubting
the full
you
impact
now.
that these flaws have on the shows. In the end, I just want the best for stories like these. I want to provide lessons to anyone aspiring to be like Viv. So if by any
You
chance...
don't want the best for stories like these. You just want the story to be what you wanted it to be. You wanted it to be how you would do demons in hell, which is not... She doesn't do it the same way as you. Okay. Sorry.
you're watching this, Vivzi, I want you to understand that while, yeah, you do get a lot of unnecessary hate and toxicity aimed at you, there are a lot, and I mean a lot of voices, spouting genuine issues with your shows that you shouldn't just ignore. The worst thing an artist can do is treat themselves like there's nothing needed to be fixed, because all you're going to do is stagnate and never become more than what you already are.
No, that's incredibly parasocial. You're just assuming Vivziepop's, like, mentality.
So please, hear some voices out, and just hear the gripes with your media, and see if there's anything you can do to change that. And that's gonna do it for this video.
Oh, if your gripes just came down to your personal fucking taste and how you wish it was your show and doing it your way. Again, I told you, a lot of these people are just like, it should have been me! It should have been me! But they didn't work for it, you know? So, come on. Maybe we should go, okay, you guys want to see what Limus is saying about me right now? We're live on stream. Limus, actually, no, it should just be in my notives, but, oh, what's just vague posting? I'm not even mentioned. Look, I'm sorry, Limus. People on the stream just didn't know what your pronouns are, and they just heard your voice and said what they thought you sounded like. I'm sorry. I was using your preferred pronouns the whole time, at least making a good effort to. I might have slipped up a couple of times because I trip over my goddamn words often. But yeah, dude, no one was doing it on purpose. Come on, don't be like that. Don't be like that. I guess they blocked me already. So there you go. There's that. Well, come on, like even either other trans people in the fucking chat were saying like nobody did it on purpose. Like again, people sometimes think I'm a teenage boy. It happens. Does it count as misgendering what happens to me? I don't know. I don't understand these things, and I don't really care. But you decided to come to my chat, so I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, let's try to watch this one more video that's really short, called The Alastor Problem. And then I might wrap up because I need to go eat dinner. But we could do a part 2 on Vivziepop hate. We could do a part 2.
Alastor has a problem.
It's still on 2 times speed though. Let's not do that. I won't be able to understand what the hell he's saying. Or they saying Pink King? I don't know. I guess you can't make any assumptions these days. They I'll just say they. I don't know. Someone else gets pissed off at me.
Alastor has a problem.
What did you say?
Yeah, I said it. And in fact, I'd go as far to say that Alastor is the perfect representation of everything wrong with Hazbin Hotel and Vivziepop's writing.
Okay.
But what do I mean?
Sell me on that.
After all, Alastor is not only one of Hazbin Hotel's most popular characters, but probably
Yeah, please don't. Just because I said it on stream, don't go bother Limus. Let them just vent on Twitter, or the tweet will get like 5 likes and then get buried forever. It's fine.
The mascot of most of Viziepop's work, with him being plastered on constant merchandise, thumbnails, and used to promote special—
I don't know who this is. I picked a lot of other videos at random, so if I do have a suggestions chat in my Discord, so if we are going to do a part 2 of this, you could drop some videos in the suggestions area so I can add them to my playlist so we can maybe cover some more stuff if we do a part 2 on this.
Hazbin Hotel's most popular characters, but probably the mass—
Yeah, you know what, like I said, I thought in the pilot that Alastor was cringe and lame, and then in the final show, he became my favorite fucking character. I don't know how that happened. I'll have to study this, but to my own surprise, he became my favorite character, so what can I say? Oh, no! No. Damn it, I accidentally hit the back button.
Alastor has a problem.
Anyway.
I'd go wrong with Hazbin Hotel and Viviepop's writing. But what do I mean? After all, Alastor is not only one of Hazbin Hotel's most popular characters, but probably the mascot of most of Viziepop's work, with him being plastered on constant merchandise, thumbnails, and used to promote special occasions. How could he possibly be problematic? Well, it's not in the ways you might initially think. Hey guys, it's the Pink King here, and I recently saw a certain video by the YouTuber Definitely Bored Oranges, where they discussed Vivziepop's projects.
Are you just ripping off Oranges? Please don't just be showing Oranges' video. Please make your own opinions, or this is gonna be fucking worthless.
With the good and bad that came with them.
I don't agree with Oranges, but I really like his videos. I think he is a pretty sensible critic of Vivziepop's work. One of the only ones. And I just like Orange's videos in general.
It's honestly a pretty good video, so I'll leave a link to their video.
Oh, sorry, I have the super chats paused. You know what? Ow, damn it. I meant to actually do super chats before I started this video. Thank you for reminding me. Sorry.
Cryohazard sent a super chat.
Yay, thank you, Cryo, for another big super chat that makes stars happen. There's gonna be little effects depending on the amount. I've added secret little things to the stream. So, you guys will find them out, I guess, in the coming days.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. My main question for Limus: autographs are like $50. Why get it signed on printer paper?
I don't think autographs always cause something at cons. It depends on the person.
John Williams sent a super chat. There was another redesign video, but they labeled it as fix. They complained saying they got hate comments from Vivi fans. Yeah. Only for the comment sec to just be saying you fixed is an a-hole thing.
Art fixing is an asshole
Izanagi009 sent a super chat, related to current point but wasn't Cell and DBZ considered a nightmare due to all the dots on him having to be replicated.
Probably. Especially for Cell animation.
Sent a super chat. Imagine telling an indie artist who worked her ass off for her art to get big that you're not doing it by standard though, so it's bad.
Yeah, right, you didn't do the typical thing, so it's bad. You did something new, that's terrible.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. This is funny. The designs were retooled after the pilots to be more simplified and distinct.
Yeah, they did change the pilot designs.
27234 sent a super chat. She more took of inspiration from Malin tutorial.
I don't think I have heard of that person, but I will take your word for it.
Dana_brain sent a super chat. Stop using malnourished and anorexic as insults.
Oh, I didn't even think of that, to be honest. Yeah, that's... it's not very Kino, is it?
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. I'm so glad we're using ads and malnourishment as insults.
Yeah.
Smiley face emoji.
Sorry I had the super chats paused. It did it pick up on how shitty that was, actually.
Noodle03 sent a super chat. I'm an animation student who broke down the shapes of Viv's characters for research. Turns out Viziepop is actually quite a bit bigger than Alastor's.
Yeah, I believe that. I was saying before, though, the characters are very shapy. They're very segmented. So they're not actually that complicated. It's just seeing them all finished with color that makes them look complicated.
Maria Kudiabar sent a super chat. Sigh. The broader reminds me of the rise of the TMNT incest artist who worked on the show.
Oh, yeah, okay, listen, I know, that's problematic too, but you can't fire somebody for that.
So no consideration that Lucifer's design as small and cherub-like shows his roots as a former angel.
That's a very good point. That is a very good point. He looks more like an angel than a demon.
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. Oh. Yay, it looks like the fat phobia of old actually worked. How joyous.
And now we're making fun of anorexic people. Hooray! Equality!
Mittens TC sent a super chat. B is designed to be over the top and indulgent, fitting her association with gluttony. Oh.
I mean, part of me is like, why does she have to be a fucking furry? But, you know, the fucking furries made the show.
Boring Going Oboingo 35 sent a super chat. Why can't people leave the Viziepop alone?
I don't know, but misogyny mostly. I think we've demonstrated that. Misogyny and jealousy.
John Williams sent a super chat. I remember pitching a monster that represents gluttony that was going to be skeleton skinny but with a black hole inside its mouth.
Ooh.
Gavin Caruth sent a super chat. I do agree some characters are a bit over-designed but more on an animation sense than actual designs. I do not envy whoever had to animate Alastor lol. Saucy Louise sent a super chat. Off topic, but I love Satan and yogurt.
Very good, very good. We could all do with some Satan and yogurt right now.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. This critique gives me a headache and goes against the very clear aesthetic both shows establish. So B is supposed to be a horrific-looking biatch?
I don't
The
know.
cryptid in question sent a super chat. Having a representation of gluttony be thin isn't necessarily new either. It was done in the show The Seven Deadly Sins too, so I'd why he has a problem with it.
Yeah, it isn't even the first time it's been done, but just like, why is gluttony not fat? Is like just such an uncreative thought, you know?
Gargarock Bob sent a super chat. These people would get mad at the anime The Seven Deadly Sins because gluttony, a thin beautiful woman, consumes knowledge.
Oh, interesting.
Becca Tay Bunny sent a super chat. Did he not watch the episode where Satan is literally the biggest person in the room? Or did he base that on the sneak peek we got of him?
I think he watched either show.
LKC sent a super chat. Why is this guy complaining she isn't fat so he can't see her as disgusting? Does gluttony have to be grotesque?
That's a good point. Why isn't she fat so I can find her unappealing and gross and terrible and immoral? That's,
Odothdral2 sent a super chat. I'm back. Girly had to take a stem break.
That's fair, that's fair. I've been getting a little worked up on this stream.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Nobody tell this guy about Helltaker.
I don't even know what Helltaker is, I don't think. Is that another anime?
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. It almost as if B consumes on the good party vibes she hosts.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. It probably is true.
Direwolf181 sent a super chat. The circus theme is the entire theme of Hell in Yet.
Yes, yes it is. It is, yes.
Crispy Pie sent a super chat. More on the Alastor point. Serial killers are supposed to blend in. If they didn't, Yoshikage Kira, the other Kira, and Alastor would have been caught.
That's true.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. Asmodeus is sexy, damn it.
He is, actually. Maybe we should watch Asmodeus' song while I listen to the rest of the super chats. We play that in the background. You see how just terribly designed he is. Let's see.
This song.
We're gonna skip Moxie's gay little song about his wife. And skip to Asmodeus.
Yay! 123 sent a super chat.
singing love songs in my lustful lounge.
Oh, his voice is so good.
Nick Mentor sent a super chat. SA genre. This isn't what I expect. Sequels greater than it's bad.
That seems like most people's problems with these shows. It wasn't what they wanted.
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. Me OMW to write my video essay after doing zero research on anything. Smiley face emoji. Hand over mouth emoji. Hugging face emoji. Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Clearly this person is having autistic moments.
A little bit, I think. A little bit, but that's no excuse.
Charlotte Ashclair sent a super chat. Bro, just play Shin Megami Tensei.
Yeah, bro, just go play Shin Megami Tensei.
Dragon of Street Prison sent a super chat. I'm not even a Vivzie fan and this pit is pain.
Yeah. Also, look at Asmodeus' design. That dude didn't give it any fucking credit. He didn't even show the actual design.
I think the fact that Satan is buff guy and Lucifer is the twink gives a nice spin on how people confuse Satan as Lucifer.
It's true, yeah.
Salty Spittoon sent a super chat. Will you be going over the Flames Fire Hazbin vid?
Maybe in a part 2. We had a little difficulties on this
Master
one, so.
Clockwork sent a super chat. Alastor is designed around Indigo. God damn it.
I don't know if that's actually true. Because Wendigo looking like deer or having deer antlers is a very recent pop culture invention. That is not what Wendigo are supposed to be in actual Native American folklore. They're more like zombies, actually. They're more like twisted, emaciated people. They don't look like deer. So that is a very, very recent pop culture addition. Now, I don't know if Vivziepop mistook that for an actual Wendigo thing, or if the whole deer thing with Alastor has nothing to do with Wendigos, which could be entirely possible. Why would it? He's a Cajun man from New Orleans. Why would he have anything to do with Wendigo? It seems like a lot of people, their demonic form reflects how they died. And there is some speculation. We don't know if it's still true in the final show, but there is some speculation that Alastor was killed under the guise of a hunting accident. So he comes to hell looking like a deer. You know, that makes sense. In Helluva Boss, there was a chick who died by drowning who came out as a fish person demon. So it seems like how somebody died also kind of dictates how they look as a demon, you know, or what their sin was dictates how they look as a demon. So, yeah, there's no reason to associate him with Wendigo at all. He's a voodoo man from New Orleans. you know? And not he's not Cajun, I'm sorry. He's, I'm forgetting the word. It's the people who are Mediterranean descent, French and Mediterranean descent. It also starts with a C. Croatian! That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Creole, sorry. Creole! Creole is what I meant, actually. God, my brain is not working today. Probably because of all the fucking stress with my fucking connection. Anyway.
LKC sent a super chat. Local horror artist mad the show isn't horror.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
With a lipstick imp, you really killing this
Mountain Malta Provoke and I know me 123 sent a super chat. The best videos on Hazbin I saw are Italian, unfortunately. I dislike Beat too, but it's cause she looks like a Kesha Fursona instead of Helluva Boss.
That's fair.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. It does need to be said that a lot of the criticism these shows get is that they are not a quote-unquote realistic depiction of hell. What?
Yeah, they're not a realistic depiction of a place that doesn't even fucking exist.
Zoomers whose brains dropped out of middle school get a job instead of clogging YouTube with slop challenge levels. Impossible. Kawaii D Collector sent a super chat. Anthony is in his black symbiote Sutera.
Oh, he sure is. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Gavin Karuk sent a super chat. On one hand, I get wanting body diversity. On the other hand, they're just kinda saying fat/skinny people are ugly, we're ugly.
Yeah,
John Maestek sent a super chat. Helltaker is a glorious product of Poland made by the Ripper, whose only goal was to bait talented people into drawing fan art of demon girls in suits.
Okay. I appreciate that game.
Super chat. As a chicken owner, roosters are horny AF. Perfect
Yeah.
Made os.
Its design is fantastic, dude. Look at this guy.
John Williams sent a super chat. Also, Wendigo weren't actual shapeshifters, instead described as wearing the skin of animals / people to disguise to some tribes.
Yeah, they're not
Sent a super chat. Some deer become cannibalistic in the right context.
That is true. Deer can eat meat and they can cannibalize other deer. That is absolutely fucking true. Yes, actually. Okay, I think we're all done. I think we're all done with the supers. We can go back to this other terrible video. That was perfect timing, too, actually. Asmodeus lasted the entire time, as expected. Anyway, where the fuck was the video I was even watching? Did I close it by accident because I was just so pissed off? Oops, or did I search
Alastor has
here
a
we
problem.
Go. I said I have to go back. Right, now we're gonna watch the video, okay?
Yeah, I said it. And in fact, I'd go as far to say that Alastor is the perfect representation of everything wrong with Hazbin Hotel and Vivziepop's writing. But what do I mean? After all, Alastor is not only one of Hazbin Hotel's most popular characters, but probably the mascot of most of Viviepop's work, with him being plastered on constant merchandise, thumbnails, and used to promote special occasions.
He's a fun
How
character.
could he possibly be problematic? Well, it's not in the ways you might initially think. Hey guys, it's the Pig King here, and I recently saw a certain video by the YouTuber Definitely Bored Oranges, where they discussed Vivziepop's projects with the good and bad that came with them.
And it's a good
honestly
video.
a pretty good video, so I'll leave a link to their video
Unlike
in the
yours.
description of this one. Be sure to check it out after watching this video, if you're
I'm
interested.
sure Oranges will appreciate it, Mr. 9.68k subscribers.
But the reason I bring this up is because while
I too love Ozzy and Fizz's relationship, and it was foreshadowed that they're actually in love and posturing that they're not. I also love how Fizzaroli, with Alex Brightman's like fucking gravelly ass voice, is the whoopee of the series. It's great.
Watching this video, I realized that Where's Oranges makes a really good point that up until now I had never really noticed when watching the show. That actually makes a surprising lot of sense. That being, Hazbin Hotel having a serious telling but not showing problem, with a lot of the more important events happening either off screen or just told to the audience and how we're supposed to feel about it. Ironically, this same issue is also prevalent in Helluva Boss, but not to the same degree as Hazbin is.
God, not at all, because they have more control over that.
Nice about Helluva Boss, it's not impossible. But all joking aside, it was this very point.
Oh, you hate Helluva Boss, huh? I'm gonna have a hard time taking your opinion seriously.
That got me interested. So, I recently rewatched the entire series again, just to make sure that if there was any validity to this point. And after watching it again, it honestly makes a lot more sense now why I and many other people struggled to connect with Alastor. Let's start with the...
I didn't. To my own chagrin, Alastor became my favorite fucking character, and I did not expect that to happen at all. I did not like him in the pilot at all. So, damn.
Beginning. From the get-go, Alastor is a very mysterious character who often keeps to himself, with not a lot of his details of his origins or who he is and why he does what he does. That's perfectly fine for a start of a show. After all, you want to build up your mystery in your threatening character, so people will get invested and want to know more about them.
Okay.
Give them a little tease as for what's to come, essentially. But
Yeah,
the
they've
reason
done
why
that.
teasing works like this is because you don't do it forever. Eventually, you're gonna have to pay off even a little bit.
It did, and it's only one season, guy. They're not gonna blow their load on Alastor's secrets in the first fucking season, even if they weren't sure they were gonna get a second one. What do you mean?
Just some of what you've built up. And ironically, the perfect example as to how to do this very thing, with an intimidating, mysterious threat, was in another Amazon show that I've been watching recently. That being...
Title screen? Yes. How did I know? How did I know?
Specifically with Omni-Man. He's also quite a mysterious being at the start.
You're comparing Alastor to Omni-Man? Let's see where you're going with this. I have seen Invincible. I've seen the first 1.5 seasons at least. So when was this made? A month ago. Okay. Well,
a mysterious...
I didn't finish season 2 and I didn't even know fucking season 3 was out. I'm being bad. I gotta get back into watching it.
being at the start with his strange, creepy behavior, but it was also paid off by showing us what he could really do.
Yeah, that was also the inciting incident of the story, him killing the Guardians of the Globe. That is what kicks the story off. That's how that show works. That's completely... Okay. Let him make the point. Let him make the point. Don't pause, Andy. Let him make the point, even though it's probably gonna be stupid.
Do, with each time he showed us getting more and more extreme to emphasize the serious threat he is. And in doing so, the few shocking moments by the end of the show, in hindsight, end up working as both payoffs and build-ups for the audience, as it makes us believe he's actually capable of doing all the stuff he's doing with a gradual build-up. Not only is it highly engaging for the audience, but it...
Yeah, the audience, because the audience knows Omni-Man's evil secret before the main character, his son, does. So, this is stuff only the audience is privy to. However, with Hazbin Hotel, we're mostly following Charlie's perspective. You know, or the perspective of the characters who are not Alastor, because he is not a main fucking character. He is a secondary character. He's a character that gets the plot going a lot, and he's mysterious, but he's not the main guy. Like, he's not even as important as Husker and Angel does, you know? What?
Leaves us at the end of our seat. But with Alastor, that's not the case. Alastor will make threats and put on a spooky voice with everyone else being scared of him, but he'll rarely ever...
The whole thing with Alastor is he's obviously playing a game of 5D chess with Charlie, and eventually he gets Charlie into a position where she makes a deal with him. The daughter of the King of Hell now owes him a favor that she has to do whenever he asks, whatever it is. That's pretty bad. That's a pretty bad thing for him to have over her. We don't know when he's gonna use it or what he's gonna use it for. That's pretty fucking scary, actually.
To back it up, it's almost like the opposite of Omni-Man, where the only people who knew the threat are the audience and not the characters. With Alastor, it seems the characters know, but not the audience, which isn't something...
We see things, like you're showing a scene right here. The audience sees this scene between Husker and Alastor, and Charlie doesn't witness it. So the audience does know some things some of the characters don't know, you know, but it is a multi-perspective show.
Which isn't something you want for your intimidating character. The most we get out of Alastor is him killing some gang members, and even then, it's not really all that shocking because it's not against tough threats, and it's treated as literal background noise to Charlie and Lucifer's chatter. Imagine if instead of killing the Guardians in the first episode, Omni-Man killed some street thugs.
Yeah, and again, that happened in the first fucking episode, because it was the fucking catalyst of the plot! That is not Alastor's purpose. You are talking about characters who have two very different roles in their stories.
While it happened in the background of Mark and Debbie talking, suddenly you'd lose all that impact and that intrigue that you get from that moment. That instantly hooks the audience to that character and us wanting...
Again, that is the inciting incident. We are presented with Omni-Man as, oh, this is like a Superman type guy, and then we see him murder all of his teammates, and you're like, why the fuck did he do that? That sets up that mystery that gets unraveled. But again, these characters have very different roles in their stories, so, yeah, well, he killed a lot of overlords in the past. I mean, on screen, we mostly still see him kill gang members, but because he was, like, blowing off some steam because he was really pissed off and he just wanted to murder somebody.
To know more about them. This isn't just applying to villains. I know Alastor, for the moment, isn't supposed to be that much of a villain, but he's still supposed to be a threat, someone who we're supposed to take seriously.
He's a wild card.
But they're still not doing a good job at making that work. And while yes, sometimes a character can perfectly be established by how other characters react to them, that usually only works for characters who you rarely see on screen, whereas Alastor is constantly on screen and really doing nothing meaningful.
There are some episodes he's not even in. What are you talking about? There's plenty of episodes he barely even appears in or doesn't appear at all. And it's only 8 episodes long.
This all ties into that classic show don't tell rule of making stories. It's a whole lot more impactful to show us as an audience rather than tell us something about it. Because then you allow us to form our own views about what's going on and allow us to figure it out.
Yeah, you are supposed to be doing that. You're just not engaging with the show that's actually in front of you.
And then just telling us what we're supposed to feel as if it's some sort of lesson. With the series failing to do so on many occasions, with stuff like how the crew of Angel, Husk, Nifty, and Serpentious end up bonding together over a fight in the street, and rather than showing us them bonding with each other by fighting other people, they just cut to them telling us how close they suddenly are. There's no progression.
Because that episode was about Vaggie and her insecurities. It wasn't about the other 4. It was all about Charlie saying, hey, look, your plan actually helped them bond a bit, Vaggie, so don't be so sad and thinking you're not helping me. It was a Vaggie-focused episode. That's why those other characters weren't focused on... Like, what?
And it feels really lazy. Which is crazy because they showed that they can make characters bond on screen even quite well. With songs like Loser Baby. And so when you have shown that you could do it, but decide not to in the very important moments where...
You just misunderstood the purpose of that episode. You just fucking... It was focused on Vaggie, not the other 4. What? Dude.
It counts, it comes off as lazy writing or just being clueless. And at this point, I don't know which one's worse. The fact that you know how to do it, but choose not to, or the fact that you don't know how to do it properly.
Again, just fundamentally misunderstanding
either one is
writing.
just as bad as the other. Which is something very common in Vivziepop's writing. Like with Helluva Boss, it's plagued with poor writing in so many ways. From Stolitz to Octavia. And the reason for these poor writing decisions ultimately comes down
Are you going to explain in what ways you believe they're bad? Or are you just gonna say, I'm bad. I'm bad. Trust me, bro, I'm bad. I don't know why I did that voice for him.
Viziepop herself wanting to have specific moments instead of moments that are needed. Especially...
Well, yeah, I do think Hazbin has that problem where they were working up to certain scenes and they were trying to cram in so much shit because they couldn't be sure they were going to get a second season. Again, A24 is still an indie studio. Getting a distribution deal with Amazon is fucking huge and the show popped off, so obviously they're going to get more seasons. But when they were making it, they didn't know that.
With Alastor in his fight against Adam. Now on paper, this scene is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate how much of a serious threat Alastor is and why we should take him seriously.
The scene we just watched
with Adam
earlier.
already being established as a powerful threat, he wouldn't even need to win the fight, but maybe put up enough of a fight until he makes a little mistake that it helps us take him seriously. Just give us something that shows why we need to understand his threat. But no, we can't even have something like that because we want to have the moment where Charlie is the one to get Adam in a tough fight.
So you're angry that the main character beat the bad guy in the end and not this peripheral supporting character? That's your criticism of this? That Charlie, the main character, was the one who had the big moment defeating the bad guy? She didn't even, like, didn't Nifty fucking kill him while he was ranting? Isn't that what happened? Wait a minute! I didn't get to watch the last episode because I was running out of time and I was dealing with the fucking internet issues. Adam's death and Hazbin Hotel. Yeah, she doesn't even fucking kill him! It wasn't even her! It wasn't even her! Oh my god. Does it go all the way to where he fucking dies? I think it does. Okay, cool. Yeah, Nifty is the one who fucking kills him in the end. Hold on a second. And there's Lucifer's demonic form, by the way, last video person.
Alright. Has mercy.
So father and daughter team up and beat him together. You know, the main character gets the support of her father she's been craving, and they beat the bad guy together. That is a completely expected plot turn. I don't know what you're talking about. Why should it be Alastor that defeats him? Why? Not the main character. Like, you always get these people saying, like, Charlie is not focused on enough, and now here's somebody complaining that she was. You can't win.
Bitch. No. You don't get to end this. I'm fucking Adam. I'm the fucking man, and you're just some fucking clown or something.
Some people also complained about how Adam looks. He is drawn to look like Alex Brightman. That is the joke. It's not deep.
Everything on Earth, all of mankind came from these fucking nuts. You all should be worshiping me. You ungrateful, disgusting, fucking losers.
Whoa. Hey, you got something sticking out of your thing there.
Nifty.
So yeah, so he has a very anticlimactic death and is killed by the fucking comic relief character. So, yeah, these shows do that a lot, where they'll build up a dramatic moment and then just completely undercut it with a stupid joke. That is just the humor. that is just the humor. It's okay if you don't like it, but that's what it is.
And so Alastor gets beaten rather pathetically before he cowers away to his radio station, completely avoiding the rest of the fight.
Okay, let's, I guess we're gonna go back to Alastor versus Adam. Fact check you on that, because you're not showing any fucking footage, except behind your big stupid head. Where does he lose? It's actually a really cool scene, because his radio voice turns off for a second. It's kind of jarring. Let's watch the rest of that fucking fight. Hopefully I won't get copyright struck.
And you're... Fuck you, you red piece of fuck... Too much fucking red... Fuck... Shut up!
Poetry!
I'm gonna wipe that shit-eating grin off your face, cause radio is fucking dead!
What just happened?
Fuck.
He broke his staff.
Yes! Fuck you, Alastor!
This is better than sex!
Anyway. Anyway. So, yeah, okay, he lost a fight, and then he was just distracting him.
Have to disagree with you there. Radio's not dead, but it is ending this broadcast.
Yeah, he made a tactical retreat. Okay. So? Okay, we're gonna have to look up that scene, too, I suppose. Give me a second. We're gonna show his song afterward, because it's kind of important to what just happened there. You know? So, give me a second. I'm definitely not building up to a funny joke, jab, or anything like that. I'm totally not about to... He sings this song. Oh wait, that's me.
Shut her trap, and my subscribers want me to give her some crap. Siester Stream Demon is a bit old. Chat calls it cringe, but I think it's gold. They're hungry for shit talk like never before. And who am I to deny that which they call for? If I add my own voice to the jeers and the boos, guess who will be pulling all the views?
Anyway, I just needed an excuse to play that. What's his reprise song? So anyway, you want to listen to the fucking lyrics here.
This place reeks of death. There's a chill in the air. And
Oh wait, I think this is somebody doing a... I think it's somebody doing a cover. Hang on a second. Damn it. No, I want the, I don't even know what the fucking song is called. That's why, this is my fucking problem here. I think this is the right one. Oh, maybe it wasn't a... No, maybe that was the actual original. I haven't heard it in a while.
despite being killed by a hair. Great Alastor, altruist, died for his friends. Sorry to disappoint, that is not where this ends.
So even he is surprised at himself that he actually went and fought Adam. Like, he is very upset at the idea he could have died and been remembered as an altruist who died for his friends. That pisses him the fuck off. He is trying not to care about these people. That is the point. He shouldn't have even been there. He wouldn't have done this under normal circumstances.
Wow. It was right there, but no, you had to squander it because you needed your heroic moment for Charlie.
Yeah, for the main fucking character. For the main fucking character to have a heroic... Well, yeah, the main fucking character does the final battle thing. Yes, that's normal. Anyway... Yeah, he wouldn't have even done that normally. That's the point. Alastor doesn't usually put himself in danger. He wheels and deals and manipulates people. He doesn't usually go out and fight himself, you know? And so even he's surprised that he did that, and he's pissed off that he did that.
It reminds me of that one Family Guy meme where Pete is just like, it insists upon itself. Because
yeah,
it really does.
That's
it constantly wants to do certain moments without putting in the...
You know, Peter was supposed to be a stupid douchebag in that scene, right? You know, Peter was supposed to be laughable there, right? That was supposed to be, yeah, he's supposed to be a douchebag there. You know that, right? He's not supposed to be correct. That's the joke, because he's talking about The Godfather Part 2.
Effort to make those moments feel earned, and it's such a shame, honestly, that it ultimately fell flat, considering how much I really liked Alastor and still do to an extent. In the pilot, he was perfect. The right amount of setup and payoff.
Now see, there's your fucking problem. In the pilot, he was an edgy Tumblr sexy man and he sucked. And in the final show, he's refined and much more well-written. You liked pilot, Alastor. Dear fucking Christ, your taste is terrible.
With a healthy amount of creep factor. And while yes, he's still enjoyable at times in the show, he's just never as interesting as he was in the pilot. And to me, this just highlights exactly why Alastor is everything wrong with Hazbin Hotel, as he and the show have such interesting concepts with a lot of room to explore, as they have some pretty good setups, but they ultimately fail to meet those expectations, because they're either not doing anything, or they're doing the opposite to what they say.
I forgot to put distracted.
It's really as simple as that. But it's not too late. Again, it's only been season 1, and depending on how much they want to do, they still have plenty of time to make Alastor.
I mean, you didn't even mention that we find out very clearly that Alastor is contracted to someone else, someone unknown, someone who maybe sent him to the hotel in the first place, who has ulterior motives. And Alastor has his own motives in trying to get out of this contract he's under, which might be with Lilith herself. We don't know yet. That's the speculation, though. So yeah, Alastor himself is acting under someone else's orders, and he is hiding that. We find that out by the end of the season, and you didn't mention it at all. So that makes me wonder if you paid the fuck attention.
Alastor's character work a lot better. I argue that they should take inspiration from characters like Omni-Man and find the right balance of mystery and menace. That's why I'm not being too harsh on Alastor here as I am with some of Viviepop's other characters.
Alright, I'm sorry I spoiled it, but it's been out for a while. Go fucking watch it!
It's not had anywhere near as much time in comparison to her other train wrecks, so there's still time to make adjustments so he can work, and I'm really open to it because I do enjoy Alastor's performances and his comedy. He can be very interesting. I just feel a lot of that intrigue has just been lost because they don't really know how to use his character. But what do you guys think? Do you agree with my opinion?
I think you're fucking dumb. I think this video is done. Let's just watch Hell's Greatest Dad while we wrap up, guys. Let's do that. We'll put some super chats on too. We'll put Hell's Greatest Dad on in the background while I get more supers. All right, here we go.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Okay, last super shit. Realistic depiction of hell is a weird criticism. Like, bro, have you been there?
Exactly!
Gavin Caruth sent a super chat. BTW uncredited fan edit of Alastor in 5 seconds lol.
Really?
Cryo Hazard sent a super chat.
Nani? Thank you, Cryo. I was worried you couldn't talk anymore. You got a little heart. You got a little heart one this time. Maybe I'll make them randoms at some point.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. This guy just doesn't like edging.
I guess, yeah. But he liked edgy Alastor in the fucking pilot.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. I started singing Loser Baby to myself just now in a Bugs Bunny impression. Now I actually need an official Bugs and Daffy
that needs
Loser
to
Baby
exist.
cover.
You are absolutely correct.
LKC sent a super chat. When you're in a stupid comparison game show and your opponent is commentary YouTubers. Random YouTuber number 4831 sent a super chat. Yes, Pink King. The guy that made a video whining about people on Twitter criticizing him and how the Hazbin fandom had to be stopped.
Oh, yeah, so he didn't have good motives, clearly. Anyway, I just wanted to point out how Lucifer gets so angry here, he pulls out his fiddle, and that just cracks me the fuck up every single time.
Kill Mickey Mouse sent a super chat.
The video.
The problem with Alastor is that I find him incredibly captivating and want to know more about him in spite of him being a secondary character.
His whole complaint was the main character beat the big bad instead of my Blorbo. That was his whole complaint. And then that transition. Good shit, man. Good shit.
Sent a super chat. I'm getting really tired of video essayists thinking show don't tell is some ironclad definitive thing you always have to do. It's not always feasible.
No.
Evie sent a super chat. If Alastor, who is just an overlord, was able to easily defeat Hatedom, then that would make the whole problem of yearly genocide look ridiculous.
It sure would. And also, yeah, show don't tell. I mean, I'm a very, like, don't avoid exposition and narration as much as possible, but sometimes you can't.
Zeta Ridge 7 sent a super chat. Adam's apple got what he fucking deserved.
He did. Ah, it's Sarah Styles! Here she is!
The QA signboard sent a super chat. Remember when everyone on Instagram tried to fix the HH designs by redesigning them?
Maybe we should look up some of those before I end. I don't know.
Roodle03 sent a super chat. The reason why Alastor's breakdown is so good is because Alastor is shown to have his shit together, so when he has a panic attack it's interesting.
Yeah, only the audience saw
Saucy
that.
Louise
I'm gonna
sent
put
a
on
super
just some normal
chat.
music
I would
now.
like a return to zoophobia, but I feel like that might open Pandora's box for both the Hatedom and fandom with how they treat Vivziepop's work.
It's like her most furry thing, man.
Bylonic sent a super chat. That dude reminds me of Shad in how he hates weakness in his favorite characters.
That's true, yeah.
Cinder the Deer sent a super chat.
Defeat the big bad. Thank you. I don't know what that was for, but thank you.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. I want this show to be like this other show I like. Shut up. Shut the duck up.
Yeah, I mean, that has been like all 3 videos, wasn't it, huh?
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. Hell's greatest dad ducks. Smile.
Yeah. He's the king of ducks. He's not even the king of hell, he's the king of ducks.
Lola27234 sent a super chat. As someone who doesn't like HBS2 and HH, these videos hurt because they're doing a bad job explaining both shows' issues.
And that's why I wanted to cover this kind of shit, because, like, it just interrupts what could be actual criticism. Yet, you know, like, you're just poisoning the well, and you're not assisting anybody, and you clearly just have an axe to grind with the creator of the show. Let's look at some of these redesigns. That's always a funny thing to look. I redesigned the characters and made them better. By doing whatever the fuck that is, I guess. Abel hasn't even been in the goddamn show yet. We've just seen, like, a picture of him. That one's not too... That's just more like a realistic version of them, for the most part. That's not too bad. But some of these are fucking just ridiculous. Like, you really think these look better than the actual show? I'm sorry, but... I was gonna say no shade, but a little shade.
Frog sent a super chat. Is Spinel Menzies Gemsona? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, correct. This is what you want Husker to look like? Like, you barely changed Nifty and Cherry Bomb, you just changed their clothes and hair a little bit. You didn't really do much there. Some of these are, like, really, like... That one's kind of creative, but again, all these people are always like, oh, the animation's too complex, and then you do this. Like, I don't know. Oh, I remember when we first saw this screenshot, somebody was like, I color corrected it to make it look better, and it's like, this is probably like a 2-second shot, my dude, and I was correct. Let's see. I always want to do this shit with Alastor too. Like, they want to make him look, I don't know, more like a deer. They either lean way too hard into the animal stuff, or they lean way too far out of it. Yeah, that's just a completely different style, so I don't know what to tell you there. I mean, that could be a cool design for something completely different. It doesn't give the same mood. You know. Nah, I don't like that one. I was gonna say, the style looks familiar. Of course, it's Bug Enthusiast, that's why it looks familiar. Okay. Okay, I kind of like this Sarah design, actually. But again, it's just more shapes and lines that are unneeded. Yeah, these kind of redesigns of Alastor, it's just like, you just want a show that looks completely different than it does. You know, like, when you're doing this just for fun, as an exercise, cool, that's cool. But when you're doing this to say, I know better than the show, and I know better than Vivziepop's shitty style, and then you do stuff like this, it's a little embarrassing, I'm just saying. So, yeah. But, like, these are pretty fucking lackluster. I mean, I'm just... I don't know. Any more? Oh, that's a cute M. I don't think that's even a redesign. That just looks like her. That's a cute one, though. A little overdone. I don't think this is even a redesign. This is just goofing around. But yeah, some of these guys are like really fucking aggressive too. They're like, I improved it, I fixed your art, and then they don't know why people are saying you're cringe and stupid. Yeah, right, looks like I'm not hitting any more of those. I wonder if I just go to Google. I figured they would just be all over fucking Twitter, but... like, stuff like this, it's just like, it's not even the same fucking style anymore. You know, if you're doing it for fun, cool. If you're doing it to say, I'm better than the show, I'm going to laugh at you. But yeah, I mean, as a design exercise... Why'd you make Vaggie so fucking buff? As a design exercise, sure, but if you're going like, I fucking know better... Why did you redesign Velvet to look more like her old version when she's a completely different character now? Why would you do that? I don't know, because yeah, she started out as like a crazy clown girl and more immature, and then they changed her into like a fashionista businesswoman, and it's such an improvement. It was a way better choice.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Go have dinner.
I know,
Crazy
I gotta go
person.
have dinner. I gotta go have dinner. We'll wind down now. Yeah, I got background kinda done.
A super chat. I like seeing people do redesigns as an exercise, but as soon as I here's how 3 would draw these characters. Not your show, bro. Pencil emoji. Zeta Ridge 7 sent a super chat. Sir Pinchus is smexiest smuck. Just saying.
Well, there's someone for everyone out there. Alright, I think that was the last super chat. I think that was the last one. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up now. I'm so sorry for the 240p fucking stream today, guys. I had to reset my goddamn IP address on my computer to get my upload speed up to snuff. And, so that was a pain. But we could do a part 2 of this in the future. I'll put it on the voting block at some point. Like I said, we're down to the last 2 that were being voted on for next week. I will probably just do those 2 streams, and then we'll restart the voting polls all over again. So if you want to do that, all you have to do is subscribe to me. You don't have to be a member. Everybody gets to vote on polls. You don't even have to subscribe to me. You just check my channel. But if you subscribe to me, you're more likely to see it. Anyway, I am going to go eat, and then I'll probably be on my Discord in a bit. So if you became a member today, or you joined my Patreon, you get into the Discord, and if you only pay me once and never again, you don't have to leave. I don't care. So anyway, with that being said, goodbye everybody. Hopefully my recording is better quality. And I can make this into some kind of clip, otherwise you'll just have this weird fucking stream. Goodbye!